warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, selamat datang kembali di hari kedua BCIC 2023.
Good morning, may the blessings of God be with us. Welcome to the second day of Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2023.
Kita sangat bersyukur bahwa kita bisa berkumpul di sini pada pagi hari ini dan mendapatkan kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan kita bersama narasumber yang sangat luar biasa.
We are grateful and delightful that we can gather here in this beautiful morning, as well as to have the opportunity to enrich our skills and knowledge with extraordinary speakers from all around the world.
Selanjutnya kita memasuki acara inti pada hari kedua, yaitu plenary sesi 1 yang akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Anang Sujoko Dikom dan dilanjutkan oleh Dr. Bambang Dwi Prasetyo, SOS MSI, serta dipandu oleh Ibu Azizun Kurnia Ilahi, SIKOM MA. Waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Next one, we will move to our first agenda for today, which will be a plenary session that will be delivered by Professor Dr. Anang Sujoko and also Dr. Bambang Dwi Prasetyo, MSI. This session will be moderated by our lecturer, Mrs. Azizun Kurnia Ilahi, SIKOM MA. To Mrs. Azizun, Professor Anang, and Dr. Bambang, the time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you for our host, third BCIC 2023. Okay, Prof. Anang and Dr. Bambang, can you on camera? Okay. Check. Is my voice clearly?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Good morning, Pak Anang.
Good morning, Bu Azizun.
Good morning, Pak Bambang. I see Pak Bambang, but maybe Pak Bambang can halo Pak Bambang. Okay. Okay, before we start our plenary session, Prof. Anang, I want to say good morning for our audience. Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I can hear your voice. Maybe you can turn on your voice.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Good morning. Thank you. How are you, Gazi?
Hi, alhamdulillah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thank you for joining with us on the second day, the third Brawijaya Communication International Conference, or BCIC, with the theme Embracing the Challenges and Opportunity of Digital Communication Technology. Okay, and of course, I would like to thank you and would like to express my gratitude, of course, to our two speakers for plenary session 1. Prof. Anang, how are you, Prof. Anang?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Bambang Dwi Prasetyo? Okay, maybe the team can contact Dr. Bambang. Okay, Prof. Anang, how your day this morning?
It's very beautiful.
Oh,
Very
really?
beautiful. And as you know, Indonesia is very, very democracy country. So we have to thank to Allah. Okay.
Yeah. So how I want to know your opinion about 2024, Prof. Anang, our election day, with three couples. Maybe you have opinion about it?
Yeah, of course. I have opinion, and I'm sure my opinion is better because has like good foundation, and also has a strong argumentation why the candidate is better than others. However, as a public servant, I cannot voice here, I cannot vote here. So maybe
Yeah.
one day I will share the discussion and also etc. However, it
Okay.
is still okay for expressing our opinion free. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Because we have Luber Jurdil, Prof. Adan. Is it right?
What is Luber?
Langsung umum, langsung, langsung.
Okay,
What
okay, I
what
got.
is that?
Okay, I thought
Jurdil.
overloaded. I thought overloaded.
No,
So
no, no. We don't talk about water in glass.
okay.
Okay. Pak Bambang. Okay. Pak Bambang can answer. Maybe host can turn off. Okay, thank you. Okay. In this plenary session, Prof. Anang, I will give time for Prof. Anang to share your insight, your information to us in 30 minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Or you need more time for...
No, thank you. Thank you. Because I think it will be better if we open for discussion and to encourage every participant to participate in this session. I think that will be better.
Okay, great.
Mm.
Great. Okay. This is honor for me to have been given the opportunity to be a moderator for this first plenary session alongside two outstanding speakers. For the first speakers in this plenary session is Prof. Anang Sujoko. I can... Okay. Okay. Prof. Anang, allow me to read your CV and...
Yes.
Okay.
That's great.
I will read CV curriculum vitae from Prof. Anang Sujoko. Prof. Anang Sujoko is a lecturer and researcher, Communication Department, University Brawijaya in Indonesia. Prof. Anang was born in Kediri. Where is Kediri, Pak Anang? Prof. Anang. You still mute your...
Yeah, Kediri is a part of East Java and still in Indonesia, Bu Aziz.
Okay. Kediri, June 24, 1970. And
He is already old.
no, you still have a younger
Than your father?
I'm not talking about it. Okay. Pak Anang, Prof. Anang, graduate in 2013, Doctor of Communications, DCOM, from University of South Australia. And now Pak Anang in this present is Dean of Faculty. Yeah, our faculty. And I think Pak Anang, I'd also like to inform you that I give a signal about the time. The time will be Pak Anang. Sorry, themes. The tema that will be presented by Professor Anang is transformation of political communication through AI. Is it right, Prof.
Yes.
Anang? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Pak Anang. I will give time for you. Maybe you can start your information, your insight. Now, Pak Anang.
Okay.
You can operate PPT by yourself?
Yes, I will. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Anang.
Okay, let me open my page. Let me share my work. Everyone, could you please let me know? You can already see my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your PowerPoint, Prof.
Okay. Okay. So my time, Bu Azizun.
30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes. Okay, thank you, Bu Azizun, for giving me a chance to present my idea and also my work. And also, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, today is very good to start discussion and also sharing about our our recent situation in Indonesia, because Indonesia now has been entering to a national election to vote our new president for the next year. However, I think we have to consider about the development of communication technology right now. As you know, everyone, I think we already here, and also maybe you are already familiar with this term, AI, artificial intelligence. This term, I think, now already blooming in netizen discussion. And this chance, this opportunity, I would like to present about my paper. The title, Political Communication Transformation Through the Implementation of Artificial Intelligence. Yeah, before we start more, we discuss more, I think it will be better for us to find some term or maybe some concept about AI and communication. Artificial intelligence, this term refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines, and also that are programmed as like a human. By implementing AI, it can help people, it can help a human to do what a human usually do. AI as a computerized machine, and also maybe like a big data driven, actually is nothing for us, nothing. But because of a human to create, and also how how human treat the data, so AI can do many things. We can ask AI to do what we usually do as a teacher, maybe as a reporter, also as a house. Can handle everything. For example, right now, I think house will house who are conducted by Ocha and Ivan can be done by AI. And also, if you watch some national television, commercial television station in Indonesia, you will find there is a TV AI first TVI in Indonesia. So if I cite from the Ventresca 2022, as an assembly of possibilities and capabilities. Yeah. Although AI is not a thing, but I think with AI, many people can do many things, including in political field, political communication field, public relation field, advertising field, marketing field, and also in media management, artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about news boards, advertising and public relation boards, artificial communicator can do many things. For example, in political or social or maybe in economic level, according to Nobre 2022, they can produce content. AI can produce content and also can replay automatically what audience, what public wants with the question. This is looks very smart. However, if we learn more about AI, we will know if AI designed by human and by this algorithm or something can answer properly. For example, if you ask about news right now in Palestine, in Gaza, AI can help you many information, hosts of information, and also the information can help you to analyze. So not only about information, but the very complete information can help you how to analyze, and maybe you will get more than you access the newspaper or maybe news portal. And also in advertising both advertising agency or maybe like a company can predict or maybe can catch the trend of consumer behavior, the trend of consumer buying by the conversation between people between human and online shopping on or maybe on cloud or many things. So AI can catch the trend. So by learning AI, by implementation AI, advertising agency can predict the customer lifetime value, what the customer wants, what the customer need, etc. And the last about AI and communication, I think we have to know if AI support and play in some several field of media industry. For example, AI can distribute news, AI can produce news, and even like what I said before, in news production, AI can play the important role as anchor, as a host, as a presenter, just like that. Okay. The next, I want to continue. This one is about political communication and AI. Ladies and gentlemen, by implementing AI in political communication field, some benefit we can get. Of course, for this side, I'm going to talk about the positive thing, the benefit what we can get from the AI. First thing is data analysis and for further targeting. By collecting data from cloud from the digital world, so we can predict, we can find further targeting and also produce some material for campaign. By doing AI, by implementing AI, data analysis and further targeting can be matched each other. This is very important because if we request or maybe we use like a political consultant, maybe conventional political consultant, they will do a lot by doing a survey, and also maybe by doing survey maybe need about 1 week, or maybe in Indonesia need more than 1 week. But by using AI, we can do just in an hour, maybe 1 hour, maybe 2 hours. We will track many data, and AI will help us to how to analyze the data, so we can find who potential voters we can attract. And the second one about sentiment analysis. And sentiment analysis, I think it help us to produce news to make give some balancing information. If our candidate maybe get the bad exposure in media, in mass media, so by analyzing social media, we can find what tone sound to our candidate, or maybe what sound tone to every candidate. So we can help to certain candidate what they should do to balance the news, or maybe to increase or maybe to improve the quality of news. The third one, automated content creation. Everyone, as we know, natural language is very important to catch the natural situation. By NLG, we can create actually like what kind of issue we can produce as a news, okay, and also what information we can compose for our social media account, and also maybe for producing a podcast we can find like tone, the right word to produce some information. So if you can access radio AI in Europe or something like that, AI can chat, AI can talk simultaneously with the listener. Even if you can access a radio station AI, the presenter or maybe the host can recognize the name of the maybe the caller, the name of the audience who just talk in the radio. That's very awesome if we can access the AI radio AI in Europe. Next, the fourth one is about chat bots and virtual assistant. Here, I think if you can access like chat GPT, or they can help you to produce more information. Maybe it can get you what kind of the most important, maybe more information, more important information we can provide for our presentation. Even in here, I use ChatGPT to explore the idea of political communication in AI. Just a second, I can find a lot of things. What the most important related with political communication and AI in the world. Sure, we have to consider about the cultural context, local context. However, that one is very important for us to improve, or maybe just to start developing the good idea. AI can help us to make a good flow of information, to make a good flow of our idea. Okay, the fifth one about a predictive analytic. AI algorithm can predict the trend and also the outcome based on historical data. Yesterday, I just discussed with my colleagues in computer science faculty. AI is nothing if we have no access to data. Actually, AI is developed by data gathering in cloud, data gathering in internet. So our information depends on the data provided in internet. But I think, and also it's very important in data, in internet data, everyone can express a natural style, a natural context. Sometimes if we if we meet each other, we communicate face-to-face communication. Some maybe we don't communicate honestly. This is because ethical issue. Because we want to respect my friend, we have to respect our colleagues. And internet, the boundaries, there is no barrier about that. Sometimes people express what they want, just what they want. Even some people express with bad thing, with the bad word. And natural language they produce on internet that can help us about the real behavior, the real attitude they behave, they talk. And this historical data can provide many things for us. It can help us to predict about the consumer behavior, voters' behavior, or maybe about the hot topic right now in Indonesia, entering presidential election, for example. And the last issue in Indonesia is talking about political dynasty, for example, like that. So by gathering data with AI, we can get some information about negative tone, positive tone, and also who people support political dynasty, and then who against political dynasty. Again, and the last one, I think, unfortunately, if we don't use AI wisely, some manipulation can spread on internet world. And here, so social media manipulation can be created by AI with automatic machine, with automatically replay about it. Okay, and this one is a transformative changes because of AI implementation. So we can find the targeted voter, and also we can compose the targeted messaging. And by now we can find the real-time analysis about the situation, about the voter behavior, about the response from the public for maybe public policy which are created, which are endorsed by government. And also AI transform political communication and improve voter engagement. We don't need to be busy to manage our social media account, but AI can help us to manage, to increase and to improve voter engagement. Everyone, if ask about something or maybe post about some message, our social media account will reply automatically with the right answer, And also, like I already presented before, predictive analytic for strategy planning. That point can be used in many fields in communication, public relation, advertising, marketing, including here is political communication. And the last one is about a dynamic content creation, interactive, equal, smart, and also very quick reply, very quick answer. This is an example about ChatGPT. This is example how a social media can help you to manage your account. Here, by typing something from the audience, and then they will help you to replay, to answer, maybe to explain and more. I cited from Schnoller 2023, a great life example by Bram van der Helen here. So here's GPT writing at headline description based on the content of specific landing page first, and then blah blah blah. So there is like a discussion guided by AI. And also here, this for example, I use ChatGPT with the keyword as political behavior trend in Indonesia. So the ChatGPT help us with some point. First, they talk honestly. I don't have access to the real-time data or trend beyond that point. Okay, the machine is very honest to think and also declare the weakness. But I think we can get some important information here. For example, the cute political behavior trend in Indonesia, they gave us some information like a democratic consolidation. The machine emphasized political parties have become more diverse, and elections have been generally considered free. Okay, this is like a general information, very general information. Many national election start from 1999 and also 2004, 2009 until 2019 as a safe was safe was safe. There is no like what is this like no war. There is no COP data or something like that. This are very different with the developing other developing countries. The second information we can get in ChatGPT is youth engagement. Youth engagement in Indonesia. We already know in the next year in national presidential election, the youth will be involved. Majority is from the youth generation, Gen Z. We can call there as a Gen Z. Youth engagement. So by knowing if there is youth engagement, so what we can do? We can compose the right message for the young generation. We have to consider we cannot use like television broadcasting or on only, or maybe we can use like a newspaper. But we have to think if young generation tend to use social media to access information. Even the young generation get news from entertainment media. Now, maybe, as you know, young generation can read news from TikTok. So TikTok is not only about entertainment, but also the young generation access TikTok because want to update information. And the third one is Islamic conservative. So this opinion from ChatGPT, I think because there is a lot of supply data from Western, and then they talk about Islamic conservative. But this is not really true. There is no Islamic conservative here. I think it's just a few. So now number 3, I think we can take down that topic. The fourth one is about regional autonomy. So there is like a local government election, and also there is a local issue and many things. From Papua maybe has different issue than in Sumatra, or maybe than in Java. Okay, 5 about environmental concern. Do you know in Indonesia right now recently we got a complaint from Malaysia, we got complaint from Singapore because of smoke, because of a fire from Sumatra forest. And so there is challenges to minority right. This concern about various ethnic and maybe in Borneo and Papua. So I think this one is very important for us to develop, or maybe to discuss more. And then by using this information, we can get some new insight from AI. This is an example how AI can help in media industry. Okay, let me play.
Hi, I'm Ronnie. Today I'm going to introduce you to my colleague who will be joining TV1.ai news anchor. Please welcome Devano.
Hai Ron, terima kasih ya. Saya Devano, presenter kecerdasan buatan dari TV1.ai. Kali ini saya akan membantu Roni membawakan berita terbaru dan menarik, khususnya tentang ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi.
Please give Devano a warm welcome. See you.
Sampai jumpa.
Hi, I'm Ronnie. Today I'm going to introduce...
Sorry. I continue with the next video. But this video inform us if by doing AI, we can manipulate some information. We can do the fake one. By manipulation some data, we can produce, sorry, not we, someone can produce the fake news. Okay, allow me to play.
Artificial intelligence, we talk about it a lot on this show, how it's changing, its potential. Tonight, how it's being used in politics. Some videos have depicted made-up futures. Other deep fakes have made it sound like a candidate is saying something that the candidate never said.
America, you blame me for interfering with your democracy, but I don't have to. You are doing it to yourselves.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time, even if they would never say those things.
Our great national anthem, Baby Shark, doo 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 doo, Baby Shark, doo 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 doo, Baby Shark.
These are not the artificial intelligence. We talk about it a lot on the artificial intelligence.
Okay, the last one I want to let you know. This is like the good point we can get from this session. My session, one of the most promising application of AI in democracy is the field of election monitoring. By implementation of AI can help to monitor what is happening in election, how to monitor election, and how to detect and prevent frauds. And also how to monitor like food gathering between from the TPS, the food local food allocation, and until from the National Election Commissioner. And the other one, I think, in AI, the use of AI in political communication, and particularly in news production and content creation, some information can potentially be biased, or maybe can be manipulated information. So by understanding the AI, how the AI does, how do AI produces something, we can use the positive one to help people. And also we can prevent the fake news or manipulated information in internet world. I think this is my idea. Thank you very much. And so the time is yours, Bu Azizun. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Anang. Well, Prof. Anang, before we start Q&A with the audience, I would like to give you questions. Maybe this is a simple questions for Prof. Anang, but I'm very curious, Prof. Anang. You said we compose the information for young generation. Who is we exactly for this? This we media, our government, or our society itself, Prof. Anang?
Okay, thank you, Jan. Thank you very much. Just one short answer. Everyone.
Okay, everyone.
Yeah, everyone can use AI equally. Government also, the political pollster is okay, local government, and maybe about the media industry, and also you, Bu Azizun, and also me, can potentially as a user of AI. And can help you if you are very busy. Maybe you can record your content by AI, and then you can leave to enjoy your pleasure time. So let AI teach your students.
Okay, the last questions, Prof. Arnav. From your opinion, actually, we are ready or not for use AI, especially for in political communications?
Yes, we are. We are ready for that. As agent of change, I think we have to consider using this one. However, government must responsible to protect the public, to protect the citizen, to educate the people. Because if they don't know about AI, they can be trapped in fake news, and this is a very danger. Like video I just saw that about Joe Biden. Okay, Joe Biden said lagu kebangsaan Amerika, the great the song is I
Baby
don't
Shark.
know.
Do.
That's,
Okay,
very
that's
very
my
silly.
kid's song.
Yeah, very silly. So
Okay.
if people doesn't recognize, people don't recognize if that is fake, they can be they can use that video as a joke to what is this to make a bad image for America. It's like that.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Anna. But I'm sorry for our audience. We need to invite Dr. Bambang first to give his presentation. After that, we have two question and answer session. Okay, once again, Prof. Anna, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your insightful. You can please stay in this session until we finish. Don't go anywhere
Oh yeah.
because just don't go anywhere. Just in this room.
Oh, actually, I need I ask permission to leave. Is it okay?
Oh no,
But
no.
no.
Is that no? Is that okay?
Oh,
You
you will
have
pay
to
me?
maybe I will give a proposal for ST. Okay, I invite Dr. Bambang. Dr. Bambang, can you hear my voice? Dr. Bambang?
Yeah, okay. Was it
Okay.
soon? Okay, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Bambang.
Yeah,
How are you, Dr. Bambang?
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay,
Fine,
great.
thank you. Very happy.
Great. Have you a breakfast this morning, Dr. Bambang? Because I know you have to tight schedule. Have you a breakfast
And
this morning?
yeah, I think this morning I was breakfast with family and
Yeah.
this presentation next times. I'll talk the finish BCIC.
By
Yeah.
BCIC atau
Yes.
BCIC.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Dr. Bambang. Dr. Bambang, for the second presentation is from yours. So before you start your presentation, allow me to read your CV first. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Curriculum vitae from Dr. Bambang Dwi Prasetyo. Dr. Bambang, saya akan membacakan dalam bahasa Indonesia riwayat pendidikan dari Dr. Bambang Dwi Prasetyo di 1999 hingga 2002. Beliau menyelesaikan pendidikan di Universitas Brawijaya dengan lulus Magister Sains bidang kajian utama ilmu komunikasi. Untuk 2022 hingga 2006, beliau juga merupakan lulusan dari Universitas Brawijaya, Universitas Pajajaran, lulus doktor bidang kajian utama ilmu komunikasi. Untuk riwayat pekerjaan, saya akan membacakan yang saat ini beliau yang pada saat ini, yaitu sebagai Vice Dean for Student Affairs, Alumni and Student Entrepreneurship for the Faculty of Social and Political Science at the University of Brawijaya. Oke, Prof. Dr. Bambang.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your time and for your join with us in the second day. I also like to inform you that I will give a signal about the time. I will remind you about the time. I give you 30 minutes for the presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You will operate your presentation by yourself or maybe
Yes, I will
our
operate
team?
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Dr. Bambang, time and screen is yours.
Yes, okay. Okay. Thank you, Bu Azisun. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, everyone. May happiness be given to us in this morning in carrying out today activity. I'm happy this morning to be able to share my thoughts in BCIC, yeah, BCIC about the topic transforming tourism communication in digital society era, challenge and opportunity. Hopeful it can be used for all of us in understanding and developing tourism communication studies and those who are holding event or activity related tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is a sector that is the backbone of the economic in many countries in the world as well as in Indonesia. In 2018, Indonesia was the country with the highest growth, with has ranked 9 in the world. And tourism sector can make an impact to other sector, such as decline unemployment, raising economy progress in the region, and also to advancement of existing industry in region. What's Economic Forum declaring Indonesia as the region fourth most competitive destination in South Asia after Singapore,
Dr. Bambang,
Malaysia.
I'm sorry. Dr. Bambang, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe you can make a slideshow.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh, okay. What's Economy Forum declared Indonesia as the region for most competitive destination in Southeast Asia after Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand. Data is from Travel on Tourism Competitive reports. In the 2018 Travel and Tourism Competitive reports rank Indonesian fourth out of 140 countries overall, and which is improvement from 40 out of 136 countries on 2017. Tourism information and communication technology. Communication and information technology using the internet or new media has changed the perspective, mindset, affection, and behavior of the people in an effort to get what they want and need. In this area, in this era, the tourism sector also experienced various process of change caused by various interests such as social, political, cultural, technology, and tourist behaviorism. In distribution era, as we already know nowadays with the development of technology, it is easier to get information. This also happens in tourism sector. Give that in this industry, visual and stories are the most important to attract people to come to tourism destination. Visual of often used to support decision-making process, whether it's causing a product, planning a trip, or maybe making investment decision. In tourist sector, for example, destination review help tourists make informed choice. It can says that visual are powerful tool for communication and judgment and information retention, and in what with increasingly driven by digital media and visual culture. It is important to incorporating visual element into various from communication cannot be overstated. Industry 4.0 and tourism. Ari Prastyo said he is head of strategic planning at the Ministry of Tourism, state in Kompas Daily, that around 7% tourists of plan trip digital from searching for destination, ordering, making transaction to uploading travel experience to social media. And industry 4.0 and tourism. Industry 4.0 is very closely related to digital technology that can produce much technology that can increase productivity and efficiency in the production process. Industry 4.0 give rise to tourism 4.0. The development of tourism has now been facilitated by advance in communication and information technology, which are parts of the process of transferring knowledge and knowledge in the marketing communication process. And ladies and gentlemen, government in Indonesia supporting digital tourism communication. Go Digital is one the Ministry of Tourism strategic program in efforts to win the market in the industrial era 4.0 in order to achieve the target of 2 million 2 million foreign tourists in 2019. Tourism 4.0 will target the millennial generation, which currently raises 50% of all inbound tourists to Indonesia. For example, of tourism communication digitalization. It says by Arifiasa. Arifiasa is set on same occasion in 2018. In case tourism industry, the change in tourism behavior can be seen 7% offset and share done by digital. Travel agent industry also can no longer rely on walk-in service for ticketing and closing tour package, but change into online and digital. Technology support tourism communication in a way potential customer may interact with a tourism provider and other experienced people in the media such as Agoda, Traveloka, Ticket.com, Redbus, Gojek, Grab, Airbnb, and more. Some online travel agents mentioned are usually used to book place to stay, train or plane ticket, or bus ticket, or order taxi online. Not only use only online travel agency or OTE. Some customer also using several meta platform such as Google review or TripAdvisor to give or read review from other customer and several tourism destination like hotel or restaurant or place to visit. Now, as media becomes our daily reach, tourism industry also starting using online media as one of their marketing tool. Started using Instagram or maybe TikTok to promote and give awareness to their customer. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism communication 5.0 new challenges. Tourist communication 4.0 aim to improve the edge value tourism through innovation, knowledge, technology, and creativity. Focus on developing of model collaboration that minimize the negative impact of tourism will improve the overall experience. And tourism communication 5.0 plays equal important on human creativity, collaboration, and innovation as it does an automation and machine-driven process. Emphasis collaboration between human and machine, combining the unique capabilities. A challenge tourist communication 5.0. The challenge revolve around adapting to a more technological advance and interconnected environment while addressing the ethical, privacy, and sustainability considering that come with it. This concept also underscore the important the workplace development, digital inclusion, and maintaining the resilience of tourism system in the face of technology disruption. It is, I think it is important. It is because to remember for tourism industry players to not get carried away with the increasing rapid technology development, considering we are now starting to enter to industry 5.0. Challenge tourist communication 4.0. Personality and personalization. Tourist communication needs to be tailored to the individual need and preference of each travel. This requires a deep understanding of the traveler behavior, interest, and expectation, which can be challenged to obtain an analysis. And technology can challenge tourist communication 5.0. Industry 4.0 relies heavily of the technology such as artificial intelligence, AI, virtual reality, or VR, and the Internet of Things. Tourism communication need to keep up with this technological advancement and find ways to incorporate them into the traveler experience. And the third challenge tourist communication for 5.0 is sustainability. Industry 5.0 plays strong emphasis on sustainable and tourism communication need to reflect this by promoting sustainable tourism practice and encourage travel to make environmentally responsible choice. And the regulation and police. Government may need to update regulation and policy to align with the changing landscape of tourism 5.0, balancing innovation with travel protection will be a challenge. Again, I said we sought balance between technology and the capacity of human. There are still a lot of soft skill that cannot be replaced by machine itself. And these are the challenge that we need to be focused on and with all those challenges, it requires us to adapt it to change so that we can wisely use the technology. Whether like it or not, technology will always develop. Opportunities, tourism communication 5.0, highly personalized experience, advanced data analytic and AI can enable a highly personalized travel recommendation, and it narrates allowing tourism provider to communicate directly with travel based on their unique preference and past behavior, and enhance customer engagement. The use customer can of advanced technology such as augmented reality (AR) and virtual reality (VR) can provide immersive destination preview and experience, leading to increased customer engagement and achievement. And the last opportunity, tourism communication 5.0, data-driven marketing. Advanced data analytic can help tourism business create highly targeted marketing campaigns, delivering the right message to right audience at the right time. There be those to the main idea, the main point of talks regarding tourist communication nowadays. Thank you for listening. Terima kasih Bu Azisun. Waktu dan kesempatan saya kembalikan ke Bu Azisun. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bambang. We have still 9 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Bambang, I'm curious about digitalization. Digitalization. Oh, this is my digitalization. It's very difficult to to announce digitalization. Digitalization give us the convenience, including in tourism, Dr. Bambang. But we have a lot of destination, tourist destination, but that remain unexplored with minimal facility. So, according from your presentation, Dr. Bambang, should we prioritize improving the facility first, or we can or can we actually work on improving the facilities and promoting them through digital platform, like simultan, or maybe like this? Karena kita memiliki banyak sekali destinasi pariwisata yang belum tereksplor begitu, dengan minim fasilitas, apakah mana yang menjadi prioritas? Apakah kemudian membenahi fasilitasnya terlebih dahulu, kemudian baru membuat promosi di era digital ini melalui TikTok, Instagram, atau kemudian bekerja sama dengan Traveloka dan agen travel yang lain, ataukah kita bisa berjalan beriringan? Which one, Dr. Bambang?
Oke, makasih Bu Azisun ya. Jadi I think is together antara apa ya, beriringan ya antara objek wisata yang terkait dengan tempat, misalnya dengan seni pertunjukan misalnya dengan alam misalnya, kemudian juga dengan barangkali yang terkait dengan wisata-wisata exhibition misalnya ya. Di satu sisi kita harus mengembangkan pada era teknologi ini yang mau tidak mau kita harus masuk ke sana. Nah ini kemarin memang sempat kita diskusikan misalnya kalau wisata misalnya wisata tradisional ya objeknya adalah masyarakat katakanlah masyarakat tradisional yang belum mengenal digital teknologi communication secara optimal ya maka mereka akan kesulitan mengaplikasikan bentuk mengaplikasikan konten mengaplikasikan hal yang terkait dengan objek wisata itu karena dari sisi teknologi memang lemah gitu ya. Nah, tetapi di sisi yang lain bahwa untuk seseorang tertarik kepada tempat-tempat wisata dan akhirnya mereka mengunjungi tempat-tempat wisata itu memang peran teknologi ini menjadi penting sebagai media promosi. Misalnya melewati virtual akun virtual reality misalnya kita bisa melihat walaupun belum mengunjungi tempat objek itu minimal kita bisa melihat 24 derajat 360 sudut yang bisa kita lihat sehingga itu memberi satu kekuatan ya pada masyarakat atau pada objek yang basicnya tradisional itu mereka bisa berangkat atau mereka bisa mengembangkan itu menjadi satu model promote gitu untuk yang menguasainya. Tapi bagi yang belum menguasainya maka harus perlu pendampingan pada mereka. Ya,
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bambang. Okay, now it's time for a question and a session. I invite the audience to ask questions or maybe a discussion with our speakers. Okay, maybe can open mic or write on chat box. Anyone? We have 10 minutes for this session, question and answer session. I hope the audience can give the questions and make it become a discussion because we have two presenter. Okay, Miss Bu Maulia, Bu Pia.
Okay, good morning, Bu Azizun and Dr. Bambang and Professor Anang.
Good
I
morning.
have some question to ask to Prof. Anang. Do you think that in this coming presidential election campaign, of course we know that hoax, hate speech, characteristic assassination will be play on during the campaign, but do you think is there a big role or like AI plays important role in creating this, like a black campaigns, hate speech, sending hoax, or do you think that Indonesia still far away from the application of AI? Because I think in the last few days, we have been watching together, maybe if you see in YouTube or maybe in TikTok, Pak Anang, how President Jokowi can speak in many languages, yeah? I'm afraid that AI also will be used in generating black campaign or negative campaign during the presidential election. So that is my question, Bu Azizun, to Prof. Anang.
Okay, thank you, Bu Pia. Prof. Anang.
Yeah. Straight away, my time to answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, and great thank you, Pia, for your question. I think it's very wonderful questions, and that will be affect for the future next year at least. And what Pupia says, I think yes, potentially happen in the next year. Yeah. Some certain industry in Indonesia, like a pollster, like a Kominfo, communication ministry, and also some media industry are ready to build AI platform, based on AI device. And also some news portal already provide to check that is hoax or that is fake news or not. But in my mind, I think unfortunately, the society, personally, I think they are not really ready to use AI to prevent the hoax or maybe the fake news. So I think this is our responsibility, Pupia. Sorry, I involve you. Our responsibility to educate people how they can be ready to against hoax. And as educated or maybe literate people, I think we can also ask our students to promote AI device to, yeah, I think to make a peace and national election. One thing I want to emphasize about this issue, Bu Priya, and also all participants. Because there will be three couple candidates. I think polarization will not be strong like before 2019. And also in this national election, president election, I think we can have the society to to promote our idea, our opinion in social media, how people can promote the candidate with the right way. Okay, promote the good thing, your candidate, but think wisely to share the bad thing of your maybe other candidates. Okay, if we are smart people, I think we try to find the good thing of our candidate and promote them. But if we find the bad thing of the candidate, I think ignore it. Because there is no one perfect about that. I think that's my answer, Bu Pia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Anang. Bu Azizun, can I just ask one more, because I'm so curious about what's going on in the next future. So, Pak Anang, are we ready, or especially is the government ready how to handle the power of AI in making hoax news? Is there any strict regulation to protect that kind of action? And you as an academic, do you believe that our law in our country really can protect the people in the attack of powerful AI that can make hoax or hate speech or black campaign? Because not so many, well, actually we have to be realized that only few people that really digitally literate, but there is a lot of people in Indonesia still have a low level of digital literacy. What do you think about that, Pak? Do you have optimistic that government will protect the people by giving some regulation, or because I'm not really, what is that? I'm skeptic in terms of how Indonesian government can handle this kind of rapid change of AI, because as you know, sometimes AI not developed in Indonesia, but you know some other countries that have political interest to Indonesia, because maybe in the next 5 years, Indonesia become really, really strong in Asian country. Thank you, Pak Anang.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Again, awesome question. Yeah, I think I'm standing with you, Bupia, from this issue. There is a skepticism, pessimism about this issue. Yeah, even we have like a good regulation. As you know, there is like Indonesian law, ITE, Information Technology and Electronic, and Electronic. I think there is a regulation about that. But yeah, this is a skeptic. There is a lawless enforcement. Yeah, because as you know, the latest issue as like Mahkamah Konstitusi can what is this cannot do the good role, cannot be like example how the law can be stand for people. Unfortunately, many regulatory body stand for the power elite. Unfortunately about that. So I'm very pessimist. The regulation can work properly. However, I think we still have like a little bit for this optimist by doing a campaign. What we can do, at least we can make our student know properly about that issue. We can encourage our student to do the better thing and campaign. I think about that. The small thing can be a big thing for the next. Sorry, Bupia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bupia. That pessimist, and I have a pessimist imagine like Bupia said. Because for honestly, in my perception, AI still has something immediating for me, because it seems like capable of doing many things, that good things or bad things. So what should we have to prepare, Prof Anang, to face this AI maybe?
Yeah, at least we have to know how to. We have to know about how AI works. Okay, the first thing we have to know about that. Actually, we can recognize which one is AI fake news, which one is AI generated, and then which one is the real information, the real things, the real content. Okay, the first thing we have to know about that, and then the second one, I think this is about our attitude, our behavior, how much care we can educate people, how much care we can educate people. And then the last one, I think we have to do about the AI is every time AI can change more and more complex. So by updating our knowledge and then by joining in some discussion about AI can open my mind. So by opening my mind, I think we can update anything. We can update knowledge and information by covering, by mastering information in the world, updated news. I think we will not be trapped by fake news. And of course, by doing the 3-1, we can invite our close friend, our friends. Maybe we can invite our colleges to join together to against hoax, to against fake news.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Anang. I see Mbak Wardah or Bu Wardah?
Ya, oh, Mbak. Saya masih
Oh, Mbak, okay. Mbak Wardah, you have 2 questions for
Ya,
Dr. Bambang or Prof. Anang?
yep. Can I use bahasa Indonesia?
Ya.
I'm sorry. Pertama, saya setuju bahwa AI ini memang diadaptasi sangat cepat di Indonesia, khususnya masyarakat Indonesia generasi Z. Kita bisa lihat di TikTok dan lain sebagainya, mereka bisa menggunakan AI, bahkan bisa membuat filter-filter AI yang menyerupai orang lain, bah. Nah, masalahnya adalah tadi sudah dibahas oleh Bu Pia dan Pak Anang, belum ada regulasi yang tepat, dan juga cenderung dari kemarin-kemarin kita tahu sendiri teknologi cepat diadaptasi oleh masyarakat, tapi masalahnya pemerintah kenapa selalu terlambat untuk memberikan membuat regulasi. Jadi udah tahu nih akan terjadi gelombang besar AI misalnya. Apa sih penyebabnya kok pemerintah itu selalu terlambat, dan mungkin bisa juga selain mengedukate para mahasiswa atau orang-orang umum, apakah bisa gerakan mahasiswa atau gerakan para pendidik di Brawijaya untuk sama-sama mendorong pemerintah untuk membuatkan aturan regulasi AI lebih cepat, karena belakangan ini sudah banyak penipuan seperti penggunaan suara yang tiba-tiba kita ditelepon, terus suara kita direkam, terus digunakan untuk penipuan. Atau kemarin itu masalah bank malah, jadi tiba-tiba KTP yang cuman hanya KTP tapi wajahnya itu orang lain, bukan wajah kita, itu bisa jadi online itu, debt online itu. Ya, itu kan juga sangat besar masalahnya. Atau malah wajah kita yang dibuat seolah-olah kita sedang melakukan sesuatu yang negatif misalnya. Itu sebenarnya sudah menjadi permasalahan di tahun kemarin. Apakah menurut Pak Anang atau Bu Buya dan Pak Bambang memungkinkan untuk kita para mahasiswa dan pendidik di Brawijaya untuk sama-sama mendorong pemerintah untuk melegalkan regulasinya secepat mungkin?
Okay, thank you. That's a great opinion, Mbak Wardah. Prof. Anang and Pak Bambang and maybe Bu Pia have any response about the opinion from Mbak Wardah?
I think the floor is Pak Anang and Pak Bambang. Bu Azizun, my floor is gonna be next.
Okay, with Bu Isma. Okay, Prof. Anang and Dr. Bambang. This is the last session for the first plenary session. Maybe we can Pak Bambang for first give a response from the opinion from Wardah, so Prof. Anang can continue.
Oke, thank you Mbak Sisun ya, Mbak Wardah Firdausi ya. Saya kira pertanyaannya sangat bagus ya, karena di dalam sejarah pertumbuhan dan perkembangan teknologi itu selalu berjalan di atas proses kehidupan masyarakat secara umum. Artinya apa? Artinya sebetulnya teknologi itu berkembang jauh melampaui proses formal regulasi yang barangkali sedang berjalan atau sedang berada di suatu negara. Apalagi kita tahu bahwa teknologi, apalagi yang teknologi tinggi, ya biasanya berkembang di negara-negara yang sudah maju. Nah, sementara negara-negara yang lain itu biasanya bukan mengembangkan teknologi, tetapi dia hanya sebagai pemakai teknologi. Nah, di dalam konsep ini ya tentu upaya-upaya yang berkaitan dengan gerakan-gerakan penyadaran tentang teknologi, nah kadang-kadang dilakukan oleh masyarakat negara berkembang ya. Kenapa? Ya karena kita menyadari bahwa munculnya teknologi itu selalu ada dua sisi. Nah, sementara bagi negara maju saat teknologi itu dimunculkan biasanya digunakan untuk proses kemajuan di negara tersebut. Tetapi kemudian bagi negara lain yang belum menguasai teknologi itu bisa jadi menjadi sisi yang berbeda sehingga kadang-kadang apa yang seharusnya digunakan teknologi itu secara optimal untuk kehidupan berbangsa, bernegara, bermasyarakat secara baik dan menimbulkan kedamaian, kebahagiaan bagi masyarakat, tapi bagi negara yang barangkali penerimaan teknologi dari negara maju itu belum siap, apalagi masyarakatnya belum siap, nah itu biasanya akan menjadi masalah. Dan ini memang saya sependapat ya dengan Mbak Wardah tadi, memang harus dibuat satu upaya untuk ya kalau dalam konsep saya barangkali pemberdayaan pemanfaatan teknologi bagi masyarakat itu. Jadi teknologi is okay sebagai sebuah media atau sebagai sebuah alat, tetapi penyadaran kita terhadap pemanfaatan teknologi secara maksimal itu kadang-kadang tidak bisa dijelaskan, tidak bisa disampaikan secara cepat kepada masyarakat, dan ada sebagian masyarakat yang menggunakan teknologi itu untuk hal-hal yang di luar sisi teknologi itu. Ya, ini ya mulai dari dulu. Misalnya kita belajar teknologi tradisional pada saat manusia purba menemukan alat-alat teknologi rumah tangga misalnya memasak dan lain-lain, termasuk teknologi berburu. Nah, itu kan untuk mereka mempertahankan survivalnya, mempertahankan hidup di tengah-tengah hutan dan lain-lain. Tapi kemudian pada perkembangannya alat teknologi tradisional itu juga bisa digunakan oleh manusia lain untuk misalnya menghabisi nyawa orang lain. Nah, ini kan yang saya katakan dua sisi teknologi yang berbeda. Oleh karena itu memang perlu ya, saya kira juga perlu, apalagi sekarang saya lihat tren pada saat mau musim pemilu ini ya, itu hampir orang kalau bicara di medsos dan lain-lain itu kayaknya kayak mereka bicara sendiri gitu ya, padahal harus ada batas, ada norma dan lain-lain. Ya, saya kira itu dari saya. Terima kasih, Mbak Sisen.
Oke, thank you, Dr. Bambang. Prof. Anang.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Wardah. Yeah, a good question about that. Yeah, actually, we already have like a regulation. We call ITE, Informasi Transaksi Elektronik, Information and Electronic Transaction. I think everyone, if someone spread the hoax, spread the fake news, the fake video, the fake information, they can go to the jail. Yeah, by what is this? By implementing that regulation. Yeah, and then if we recognize about like illegal transaction, online transaction, or something, or maybe someone can make your face like a robot and then say the bad thing, even the voice is yours. And I think with the regulation, we can. I think we can do with the regulation, like what Bu Pia said before. Unfortunately, the law institution in Indonesia, there is they don't have a goodwill to endorse that regulation. They tend to select which case can be done, and then which case cannot be done. I think there is no fair fair implementation about that regulation. I think that is our opinion. Many things about AI, I think we can use IETA law in Indonesia.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Anang. Okay, this is the last session this morning. Thank you, Prof. Anang, and thank you, Dr. Bambang, and thank you
You're
for
welcome.
all audience in this morning. Thank you for the all participants who joins us this morning. I conclude this session. Thank you and stay healthy and happy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you,
Waalaikumsalam
Bu
warahmatullahi
Azizun,
wabarakatuh.
Pak Bambang, Bu Pia,
Nggih,
dan
nggih Pak
semua.
Dekan, nggih. Tunun, nggih, nggih. Nggih.
Oke, izin
Nggih.
live.
Baik, terima kasih Prof. Anang, Dr. Bambang, dan Ibu Azizun. Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya yaitu plenary season 2 yang akan disampaikan oleh Associate Profesor Dr. Rerpol Muhammad Faisal Aminuddin, SS, MSI, dan dilanjutkan oleh Ibu Maulina Piawulandari, PhD, serta dipandu oleh Ibu Isma Adila, SIKOM, MA, waktu dan tempat, dipersilahkan.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Anang, Dr. Bambang, and Mrs. Azizun for the insightful session that we had on the first session. Next, we will move to the plenary session 2, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Rerpol Faisal Aminuddin, as well as Dr. Maulina Pia Wulandari. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Isma Adila, ex-Ecom MA. To Mrs. Isma, Associate Professor Faisal, and Dr. Maulina, the time and screen are yours.
Okay, thank you, MCs. Looking good today. Good afternoon, good morning to afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Isma. I will be moderating this event, the second plenary session, along with the two speakers. We already have Mr. Faisal Aminuddin and also Mrs. Maulina Pia Wulandari. The first session, we will start with Mr. Faisal Aminuddin. First of all, I will read the short CV. The Associate Professor Dr. Rerpol Muhammad Faisal Aminuddin, SS, MSI. He's an academics and also political scientist from University of Brawijaya. He received his doctorate from the Institute for Politische Wissenschaft, University of Heidelberg, Germany. He also obtained a Master of Political Science from Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, and also Bachelor of Literature, Faculty of Literature, Erlangga University. And today, he will mainly talk about the digital shifting, digital communication, and also political shifting. Mr. Faisal, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bu Isma. I'm sorry, my voice sound good. Good morning to all of you. Yes, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee of this conference, as well as to all the presenters, participants, attendees, who have attended and contributed the best of their abilities to supporting this event. I try to start my, I'm not calling this is a good presentation, but try to send a delivering analysis and proliferation and progression of digital society, digital technology have permeated various spheres of existence. It influenced global constellation shift and changes in voter behavior or voting behavior, government policy formulation within the realm of politics. But one aspect of the ramification of a transformation in the global political constellation should be discussed, because this is a very interesting thing. When discussing it, at least I have a 3K term or element and crucial. First is alteration in the discourse reproduced by institution or individuals who wield influence. And the secondly, the construction of fact to support manipulative narratives. Sometimes we call the fake news. Sometimes we call disinformation and etc. And then the third, covert campaign orchestrated by government agencies and their strategic partners. Because when we're talking about the political regime between autocracy regime and democracy, there's something different how to manage the openness of information against their citizens. And digital communication, of course, necessitates interconnection between space and media. Despite its expansive definition and concept, a broadening concept, you can call digital communication is part of communication, or digital communication is something like the virtual aspect of communication, digital communication as in a technological information aspect of technology and etc. Broader concept. We have sent numerous expansive definition and concept about digital communication, but at the political movement with the potential to incite a succession of revolution have been ignited by the availability of information and data. I give one sample how color revolution starts in Georgia, in Eastern Europe, in Middle East and North Africa, in Libya and Tunisia, for example. So in these countries, the dissemination of information via diverse media and platform originating from both domestic and international sources transform a modus occurrence into a surge of street protests and calls for a change in the regime. Yeah, sometimes they have a little bit violence or more violence, like in Egypt, when Mohamed Morsi toppled by military regime, General Sisi, with support from the Church of Maronite and also Al-Azhar Authority. And it could be a difference at the model of mobilization in different countries, for example, in Georgia and in Egypt, because how to mobilize is a different story. And this constitute a component of the technology and media conglomerates or media magnets, an enormous infrastructure network investment initiative. We can see how media magnet control global media network. For example, Rupert Murdoch, and another one, something like a new non-governmental organization, Open Society, managed by George Soros. They have or they invest huge money to technology and media, mass media. Even though also we can see another billionaire like Elon Musk also very interested to invest in social media, and bought Twitter and renamed as X, and he also knew about how control the world opinion. And then the message that were previously disseminated via leaflets in the traditional way, through leaflet, telephone, printed periodicals, newspaper, and and it requires several days to reach each individual practice. For example, I told my friend right now or spreading leaflet, and it takes maybe a day or 2 days how they can understand about my leaflet and how they can engage in practical way to join our movement, for example, at previous time. But now, through the social media, now we reach in matter of seconds. In matter of second. So in the certain closed regime, I call this regime is autocratic, authoritarian regime. State actors attempts to obstruct it by placing their own satellite in orbit and preventing the public from accessing external sources. For example, like China, Iran, they have on a satellite, so that's why they can control. For example, like social media, there is no Facebook in China, also X or Twitter, but they have I think Weibo, they have a Weibo, and controlled by state. Iran, Russia, they have a very popular platform, Telegram, because if you are using WhatsApp, United States intelligence can observe you and made their surveillance for 24 hours. So be careful about that. But I have WhatsApp right now. And a significant investment in this industry have bolstered the credibility of alternative information sources, even during times of conflict, as evidenced by a Starlink network function as a provider of real-time data in Russia-Ukraine war. You can imagine if there is no Starlink involvement and supporting Ukrainian military, I think there's quite or very difficult to gathering information, real-time information about the Russian arsenal, both in land or in the sea. Because when United States military send the intelligence information directly, it's quite harmful because Russia have no choice and label it to the United States intelligence as a part of conflict or directly confrontation in the battleground. So that's why Starlink is alternative information sources, and the Russian military cannot tackle down by their strengths because they just put the instrument, and the satellite also cannot be shot from the land. And rapid information dissemination is accelerating, a significant shift from the use of traditional to virtual power. For example, a yellow vest resistance movement in France. I think France have a historical background to mobilize 1,100 protests, as shown by Yellow Vest Resistance movement in France. They maintain robust online presence through popular social media platforms, including Facebook. Also, if you see what happened in Hong Kong, umbrella movement protests and popular movement to resist against military junta in Thailand. An Arab Spring, it's very famous Arab Spring, are all intricately intertwined with the accessibility of social media networks via platforms that the regime cannot completely control. Because in those countries, a state is not ruling by autocratic regime. They democratic regime. And the democratic regime need open access, open, free, and there is no obligation from the state to control social media and all information. So the regime cannot completely control. And the rate of mobilization via the virtual realm is significantly greater than that of the door-to-door approach. Maybe in the last 20 years ago, you can come to your friend's home and knocking the door and try to mobilize, and hopefully they can join on your movement, which compels close nation to implement a series of policies to block access to information that threatens the survival of the regime. That's the different kind. The rate of mobilization via the virtual platform right now is significantly greater than that of door-to-door approach. Why and under what condition the virtual realm can meet with the empirical reality? Is it possible for this virtual world and or environment to effect change? Obviously, the simplest answer is when the actuality of the real world intersects with the virtual world constructed narrative. For example, the discourse surrounding the economic significance, inflation, confronted with the realities of escalating employment challenge, unemployment rate increasing, deteriorating domestic currency exchange rate, and basic commodity difficulties. That's why social media has the potential to serve as a tool for political actors with an interest in advancing their narrative, message, and objective in person. But indeed, is denial also well. For example, the liberal democratic values introduced by the West, for example, in the United States, in Western Europe, during the Arab Spring of 2011, encountered domestic opposition to the country's unsatisfactory economic and political circumstances. For example, how the Mursi's government tried to reduce the religious authority of Al-Azhar and tried to reduce the authority of Maronite Church and tried to reduce all the political exponents who vis-a-vis with his political ideologies, Ikhwanul Muslimin. It met with unsatisfactory political circumstances. Conversely, close ideology nation or authoritarian or totalitarian regime, including China, Myanmar, Russia, Iran, possess the capability to obstruct the dissemination of information, disinformation, information that infiltrates their cyberspace. For example, what happened in Iran through the murder of some women activists who they reject wearing hijab. I remember when maybe last year how protests organized entire nation, but the regime have the capability to obstruct the dissemination of the information. They ban all the social media, they control information for television, for legal newspaper. They send intelligence officer to all the countryside to challenge the narrative of that women murder or women cases. And as a result of it, the Iran regime quite success to reduce and to redeem the protest, not upscale to national revolution. So in broader sense, the global constellation shift has been reduced to a struggle for power between the plurality model. At previous times, single power, and right now, plural model, which demands respect for every political regime. For example, like single liberal democracy model with its market economy system, any economic system decision must be respected and immune for external interference. So in the authoritarian or a totalitarian regime, information must be sorted and regulated in accordance with its perspective. But in democratic country, information can be manipulated, but is challenging to sort. So we can see what happened in United States political stage during the Trump campaign, fake news, and etc. But right now we have a serious challenge as a result of recent advancement in artificial intelligence (AI), as talked by two previous presenters, and the social media industry and its various digital devices operate with the unprecedented degree of complexity, very complex. Despite the presence of state actors with greater resources, capacity than community organization within their jurisdiction, their ability to respond also has been limited. For example, approximately 20% of the national leader possesses the requisite resources and technical apparatus to utilize diverse AI devices for the purpose of facilitating communication. Only, I think, not more than 20% of national leaders, they have lacked resources to utilize AI devices to purpose of facilitating their communication. Regrettable, the governing regime of major nation poses technological advancement and unrestricted information access. Even more, there are forecasts that within the next decade, more than 80% of the global population will be covered by AI. Maybe in the next 10 or 20 years, all population will be covered by AI. So, autocratic nation may employ this technology to monitor their citizens closely. And conversely, when viewed through the lens of governance improvement, the development in digital information technology can also be leveraged to bolster the capabilities and operation of the government in the provision and delivery of public services. So there is +1 and the -1 for autocratic regime to monitor their citizen closely, but for democratic country can bolster the capabilities and operation of this government, of their government. For example, in French village, I remember the name of maybe Rue Mamaison, where they use AI to distribute information and volunteer coordination in order to determine about the participatory development of the municipality, and also using by Library of Congress in United States, they manage and solicited ideas via crowdsourcing and to to make decision whether this is archive deposit should be digitized or not. And if you try to find another example, there is so many examples right now. And the current research I saw into 2012 is a very useful research finding suggests that individual political engagement and their sensitivity are enhanced by their access to social media network. However, this is also depends on the nature of the distributed content, the frequency of its release, and the consistency of the narrative presented by the content creators. Individuals who experience discomfort, for example, will promptly withdraw from their platform timeline. Okay, this is good. This is not good. I like this guy. I like this member of parliament, but I didn't like the other one. I don't like the other one. They promptly withdraw from their platform timeline, and very easy to do that. And also preventing the delivery of the message in the future. For example, I don't like this guy. Okay, in the next, I cannot see that picture or their speech in my timeline. So I skip, and then. How is the truth of the information established? It is also a significant component of the discourse surrounding this, the distribution of information. For example, United States, a democratic nation, politically precarious. I remember one of the authors referred to this period as the post-truth era. Yeah, during Trump presidency, because the pervasiveness of manipulation has rendered the populace irresponsible in discerning the truth. People don't care about truth. What is the truth? Is that truth or not truth? They are no longer capable of assuming the obligation to perform a systematic verification of every piece of information. Yes, I don't care. I have no responsibility to tackle any information who entering our family, social media. So they are no longer capable of assuming the obligation to perform a systematic verification of every single piece of information provided. So as 2017, at least more than 130 websites in the United States were consistently disseminating false information. The authors responsible for the layer are engaged in effort to compromise and control the dissemination of algorithms that facilitate the spread of false news, fake news. This is also a substantial sector, not only for buzzer, but also for fraudster. We see that in our last presidential election, 2019. And subsequently, this phenomenon proliferated and sparked political controversy in the democratic nation. So, democratic nation also not truly secure about this problem. And as a result of the repercussion of citizen participation in politics and policy making, government are held more accountable, of course, and digital communication are crucial in democratic society, where unrestricted access to social media is expected to significantly impact public evaluation of government performance, and even determine the level of electoral success that political party can achieve in subsequent election. So digital communication is very attractive tool to punish the politician. If you not perform, I not choosing you again. And if you perform, I will send my votes to you in the next election. So my description of my analysis, my talk concludes with the following two conclusion. Yeah, thank you, Wisma. To begin with, the integration of politics into the information dissemination sector established digital media as the prevailing medium. Furthermore, one positive consequence of digital information technology advancement is the emergence of global citizens who transcend national boundaries. Individuals who are compelled to pursue and study material from overseas, from foreign sources. This global citizen may serve as a mechanism for the government of the respective nation to balance the authority. So the digital communication in the democratic countries is better and challenge to resulting good global citizen. I think in my short analysis or short speech can deliver some insight, hopefully, but maybe I'm unable to participate in the questioning session because we have a run time. I think at 9:25 we can start, but we can start from I think 10, yeah, 10 before 5 or 7. And I have a pressing another obligation. Many thanks and enjoy the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the insightful session and mostly talk about how the mobilization in social media and how it serves in democratic country, about the information, digital media as the prevailing media. And I guess I should just go directly to Bupia, as Mr. Faisal could not attend the Q&A session. Am I right? Or do you still have time for one question?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Bupia, because we late more than I think 25 or 30 minutes.
I apologize for that, but I think
No,
Bu
no
Isma,
problem.
Pak Faisal got sore throat because he has a lot of traveling. Unfortunately, not taking me with him. That's why
Okay.
he got sore throat.
Okay. So the sore throat is causing by not taking Bupia on the trip.
Yeah, but I will hear Bupia presentation during my travel. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the presentation and the discussion and safe trip. I will move to the second speaker. Our beautiful lady is already here, Bupia. But firstly, I will read a short CV Bupia from Bupia. Ibu Maulina Pia Wulandari, PhD. She's the lecturer from the communication department. She obtained the Bachelor of Social Science in Communication Science from Airlangga University and Master of Communication Science in Communication Management from Indonesia University. And the last one, she obtained the PhD of Management in Employment Relation from the University of Newcastle, Australia. And she mainly teach in the area about communication and public relation, and also now she serves as the head of Department of Master Study Program in Communication Department. The time is yours, Bupia.
Thank you so much, Ibu Isma. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me. I would like to delivering my academic thoughts. I will be discussing about digital public relations practices in Indonesia in the age of big data and artificial intelligence. We will discuss about major problems and key elements. Is my presentation PowerPoint is ready? Can somebody share my slide, please?
Okay. Should I help you with the PowerPoint slide, Bupia?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Ingrid. Okay, so let's start with the advance of digital communication and information technology has profoundly transformed the practices adopted in public relations to effectively respond to the constantly evolving global landscape. It has prioritized relationship management in PR practices and research. PR practitioners must see the internet and digital platform as vital means of direct communication with the public that cannot be ignored. Therefore, it is important for PR professionals and scholars to assess the merits and drawbacks of digital technologies' impact on PR. This includes its ability to foster connection between organization and their public, as well as its role in shaping an organization reputation. Given the widespread interest in the internet and digital communication, PR practitioners should emphasize the use of the internet and online communication as essential means of communicating with the public. The emergence of the internet has presented PR professionals with distinct possibilities to gather data, monitor issues and public sentiment, and actively engage in diverse conversation with their target audience. According to McAllister and Tyler in 2007, they argue that the extensive use of the internet has compelled PR professionals to give priority to the quality of the information they provide. In order to establish confidence among the public, it is essential that they verify the accuracy and reliability of the information they disseminate. Nevertheless, it is essential to acknowledge that digital communication technologies may sometimes have adverse consequences for public relations. In the current era characterized by widespread internet connectivity and the prevalence of social media platforms, individuals have convenient access to information, enabling them to promptly disseminate it to others prior to its formal disclosure by organizations. Furthermore, the organization now lacks the power to regulate the public's transmission of ideas aimed at it, whether via direct interaction or on its social media channels. Therefore, it is evident that digital communication technology serves as a tool and play crucial roles in enhancing communication between an organization and its public. The digital technology revolution in PR has transformed the role and function of practitioners from the PR 1.0 era to the current PR 4.0 era. This shift has moved away from conventional and traditional practices toward digitalization. Keller argues that the growth of internet connectivity has facilitated the ability of PR practitioners to participate in interactive communication, fostering two-way communication between organizations and the broader public. In the current age of PR 4.0, alongside the use of internet and social media platforms, big data, and artificial intelligence are also employed as significant tools in the field of PR. Many studies have demonstrated the public relation utilities, big data, and artificial intelligence for different purposes, such as perform diverse technical function, acquire precise information, strengthen relationship with stakeholders, manage issue and crisis, establish and enhance reputation, and facilitate strategic decision-making at the managerial level. I will give you some examples. In terms of assisting PR practitioners doing technical function, study conducted by Arif and Saputra in 2019 showed that artificial intelligence or AI doing technical function help the professionals' tasks, including generating press releases, monitoring news media, curating news content, managing social media platforms, analyzing public sentiment, disseminating information and news to the public, particularly through mass media channel, and providing support for PR presentation during face-to-face interaction with stakeholders. Everybody now in this Zoom meeting acknowledge about some AIs that help our work, like Canva, Google Translate, Semantic Scholar, Quidball. That's kind of AI really help to public relations doing their daily tasks. AI has the potential for PR professionals to optimize their time allocation by automating routine tasks such as generating media lists, coordinating meetings, and dispatching follow-up emails. AI like I don't remember the name, but there is a AI helping us can running meetings or conducting schedule for several briefings, big meetings, small meeting. So it will organize the event smoothly. Regarding enhanced relationship with customer, research conducted by Alawat in 2021 in Turkey found that the use of AI assists PR particularly in cultivating, enhancing customer relationship. The use of AI in the area of PR offers a more in-depth analysis of customer behavior and make it possible to identify the underlying element that contribute the problem with customer interaction. AI may facilitate the acquisition of knowledge and customer preference, buying pattern, and customer habits. Big data analysis and machine learning algorithms are just two examples of sophisticated analytic methodologies used to achieve this. Big data analysis make the customer behavior analysis much more easier to come up with effective solution and create marketing and PR plans that are more accurate and work better. A quantitative study conducted by Jelly, Farhi, and Zahra in 2022 found that many corporate communication in the finance industry in Uni Emirat Arab have significantly integrated AI technology into their customer assistance system. They continued significant impact that AI has had on reputation management serve to further highlight the relevance of artificial intelligence in enhancing a company's image and reputation. Furthermore, the study suggests that incorporating AI into PR strategies has a positive impact on reputation management. Utilizing big data analysis enables the provision of efficient solution and the formulation of marketing and PR plan with enhanced precision and efficiency. According to Buchman and White in 2022, artificial intelligence has the potential to provide organization in the public relation industry with a competitive advantage by enabling them to deliver services that are both more effective and less expensive. Some studies also show that the use of AI and big data in PR campaigns enable professionals to make data-driven judgment, relying on factual information and trends rather than relying only on PR practitioner intuition or instinct. Therefore, it can be concluded that big data and artificial intelligence provide many advantages to public relations practitioners. On the other hand, using big data and AI in public relation technique leads to the following disadvantage for public relation practices and practitioners. The use of big data and AI result in a misinterpretation of data. The efficacy of AI is contingent upon the caliber of the data it undergoes training with, and it is plausible for data sets to exhibit bias or incompleteness. This has potential to result in the misinterpretation of data and the formation of inaccurate or misleading conclusion. This is a notable issue, particularly in the context of sentiment analysis, since AI may not consistently and properly perceive the tone or context of a communication. For example, most of the sentiment analytics tools, they prefer using English instead of Bahasa Indonesia. So, the analysis cannot be precise, according to the tone or context of Indonesian communication. PR practitioners will excessively depend on artificial intelligence to do their everyday responsibility. Although AI may assist in automating monotonous jobs and optimizing workflows, there is a potential danger that PR professionals may significantly rely on AI and overlook other crucial parts of their work. Human judgment and decision-making play a crucial role in crisis communication by determining the most suitable response. Nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, for developing press release, there is a good AI, they call it PR Bolt. So you just give some information regarding 5W and plus H. That's automatically will help you to make a press release like we normally develop. However, the use of AI sometimes can like not really match what we looking for, or sometimes it's just like a plain or generated template for using press release. The use of artificial intelligence will restrict PR specialists from customizing message creation. Although AI may improve the generation of personalized communication, there is a potential drawback, compromising authenticity and originality. As AI algorithms become responsible for generating all messaging, it may become challenging to establish a unique corporate identity and establish a human relationship with customers. The use of AI in the field of PR and communications carries the risk of encroaching on people privacy due to the reliance on data by AI system. The use of this technology generates concerns over privacy as well as potential problems related to intellectual property and copyrights infringements, which might result in significant legal complications for businesses. Chatbots have the ability to gather personal information from clients, which raises problem around the use and safeguarding of this data. The last limitation of using AI in PR practices is ethical concern. Mark in 2019 argues that the data obtained via AI may lack accuracy, reliability, and representativeness of a city and its inhabitants, leading to potential bias, prejudice, and harm to the community through unfair service provision. What about the Indonesian context? The use of big data and AI in PR has raised some problems for the implementation of digital PR. A previous study showed that Indonesian PR professionals understand how important big data and AI are to their jobs. However, in my study with my student Ivan Bima Wahid in 2022, found that Indonesian public relation professionals are not good at using digital analytic tool and AI to manage, to process, and to analyze digital data. Less than 60% of participants show skill in using, manipulating, and interpreting digital data via Google Analytics. 43% of the participants demonstrated proficiency in using, modifying, and comprehending digital data processed by the sentiment analytic tool. Only a quarter of the participants showed proficiency in operating, processing, and analyzing data provided by big data analytic tool, which is an artificial intelligence application. Our research revealed that a significant proportion of Indonesian PR practitioners, namely 53%, heavily depend on the third parties for digital analysis. While using external sources might provide access to specialist information, it also highlights the need for developing analytical skills within the business. In order to thrive in the ever-evolving digital landscape, the Indonesian PR sector must strike a harmonious equilibrium between collaborating with other entities and using its own digital analytical capabilities. Moreover, while big data and AI have emerged within the realms of technology, their potential transcends those confines. When used in strategic management activities, these technologies become very advantageous in facilitating informed decision-making, understanding customer behavior, optimizing resource allocation, and ultimately attaining a competitive advantage. Organizations must recognize the broader viewpoint in order to effectively use the transformative potential of big data and AI in their strategic PR endeavors. The data highlights the need for supplementary training and upskilling initiatives to address this deficiency in competence. PR professionals would substantially benefit from developing expertise in using various technology, including Google Analytics, social media analytic platform, data visual software, and other applicable tools. These technologies enable professionals to collect, analyze, and comprehend digital data, allowing them to gain valuable insight. This skill allows PR experts to efficiently assess the influence of their campaign, scrutinize audience preferences, monitor levels of involvement, and enhance their tactics by employing insight derived from data. PR practitioners must prioritize improving their analysis data skills in order to address the significant gap in proficiency between digital data analytics and other digital capabilities. The proficiency in comprehending, assimilating, scrutinizing, and communicating digital data must be intricately connected to proficiency in extracting information. In addition to the issue of digital skill and competency among public relation professionals in Indonesia, I have identified some major problems with the use of big data and artificial intelligence in digital PR practices in Indonesia. I think we can move to another slide, Mbak Ingrid. The primary concern in digital PR during the PR 4.0 era is the accessibility of PR officer to artificial intelligence and big data application alongside the problem of digital abilities and competency of Indonesian PR practitioners. I argue that not all organizations in Indonesia have implemented digital technology in their management system. This may be attributed to a restricted internet connection due to difficult location in Indonesia region and costly membership or subscription fee for some artificial intelligence programs and big data analysis service. Concern about the security assurance of sensitive corporate data while using big data and artificial intelligence technology has emerged as a challenge for digital PR processes in Indonesia. Despite the Indonesian government's implementation of various laws and regulation to digital data protection held by organization and individual, there remains skepticism among many organizations regarding the effectiveness and enforcement of this law in case of privacy data breaches. Businesses in Indonesia have a significant challenge because of the complexity of legal framework, which outweighs the potential damage caused by the third-party theft or loss of their confidential information. Finally, unethical infractions are prevalent issue in the digital PR processes in Indonesia, particularly with the use of big data and AI. Organizations or third-party providers of big data analytics often collect customer data without obtaining consumer permission in order to gather information on customer behavior. The process is the same when a PR specialist produces content or a message. PR professionals often use AI to create media material, sometimes without obtaining permission by using photographs, videos, music, and graphic designs that belong to others. The originality and validity of the message or content are very dubious. Based on my explanation, beginning with the purpose, benefits, and disadvantage of the use of big data and AI, as well as the primary issue in the digital PR practices in Indonesia in the PR era, I identified there are 5 key elements in the practices of digital PR in Indonesia in the age of big data and AI. Human resources, accessibility, political system, law and regulation, and a code of ethics. All these components are crucial for the effective execution of digital PR techniques in professional setting, including both technological and administrative aspects, with the goal of fostering public engagement. Every component of digital PR in Indonesia harmoniously complements and establishes connection with one another, particularly in promoting engagement with the public on social media platform and other digital channels. To conclude my presentation, the influence of big data and AI on digital PR practices in Indonesia have been very important. Big data and AI provide several benefits to Indonesian PR practitioners, serving as a highly efficient instrument for fostering public engagement across multiple digital platforms. However, the advancement of digital technology also gives rise to some inquiries. Indonesian PR practitioners must prioritize several crucial factors that will impact their capacity to adjust to PR 4.0 and beyond. At the moment, Ivan Bima Wahid and I are engaged in a research endeavor that put out a framework for digital PR Indonesia. With anticipation, we aim to promptly disseminate the finding and effectively manage PR. Thank you so much for listening my presentation. Now I send back the time and screen to Ibu Isma. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting findings and discussion, Rupia, and I also agree with some of the findings and also conclusion that the importance and the advancing of AI in every aspect is unavoidable phenomenon. I agree with that, and I just get informed that we can also use the AI machine to generate press release. I just know today. This is new for me, Bubia. Okay. For the next session, I think I will open the discussion. You can just raising your hand or open your mic and directly ask Bubia or maybe discuss about the latest issue and her findings about the research. Does it any question from the audience related to this topic? Because I think it's quite interesting and also challenging, relating the public relation work and also the AI development. Is there any question from the floor? Okay. While waiting for the floor raising the question, I will like not merely to summarize, but I remember that during the pandemic, Bupia, we also conduct the second BCIC virtually. I recall that you mentioned before on your first slide that the development of AI also will give us a lot of helping hands, how we run the events smoothly, because I remember that we have like was that the conference, not the virtual through Zoom, but we have like virtual exhibition, if you still remember that. And I guess it is one of the benefits from the AI development that will also help us. So the participant from the poster design, they could still present their work in visit or maybe in a neighborhood of visit, but virtually. So I guess the AI not just give us the challenges, the broad range of challenges, but also give us like something beneficial. it make our life easier, I think.
You are absolutely right, Bu Isma. But once you feel enjoyment in using the AI, once they're gone, your life is gonna be miserable. Like everybody in this room using Canva at the moment to create Instagram content, to making PPT, to making everything with Canva. Before, we always depend on Microsoft PowerPoint. But since Canva come up, bye-bye Microsoft PowerPoint. We are using Canva. But if Canva suddenly gone, we are again have to, like feeling sad because this AI very helpful for everybody. So except maybe the old generation, they maybe a little bit quite confused, yeah, how to operate that. And nowadays, there is also free charge of sentiment analysis tool, Bu Isma, to help PR to check every single day what about the sentiment from the public every time you post something in your Instagram account or in the Twitter or maybe social media platforms. That's very helpful. But again, we have to be careful with that because in that free charge of application, sometimes they will steal, the crucial data they can generate from some inputs in the, sometimes before we input something, right? They ask something about the privacy data. So that's kind of concern that PR practitioners should look at. However, according to focus group discussion conducted by BIMA a few months ago, many Indonesian practitioners, they know how to operate, but they didn't realize the side effect of using of the AI. Something like the ethic code, the violation of ethic code, and then the problem of too reliance on AI and big data analysis. Also, at the moment, the services of big data analysis is still quite expensive, Bu Isma. Bu Titi Arianto from Jatim Park, senior manager of marketing and communication. She told us that she have to pay a lot of money to get big data regarding the tourists across Indonesia and ASEAN region, because after pandemic they have to launch several campaign to boost the visitor coming to Jatim Park, because during the pandemic, every month they have to lose about 9 million, not million, 9 miliar rupiah per bulan during the pandemic. So that's why they have to work very hard. They have to get data to understand what kind of behavior with the tourists or local or domestic tourists or maybe international tourists coming to Malang just for visit Jatim Park. But she told us that once they understand how they can operate, they manipulate the data or they analyze the big data, they prefer they do it by themselves, not using third party for giving the services. Because they also quite scared, Bu Isma, if the third party will sell, the data to other parties, especially for the competitors.
Okay, so according to the findings of FGD, they used that, but they didn't aware of the side effects.
Yes,
Okay.
they didn't aware. Like for example, sometimes they didn't aware that they can be shoot if they're using music without consent, or they're using somebody else's video for maybe their promotion products or their campaign, something like that, Bu Isma.
Yeah, and also, I guess you also aware of the like picture generated AI picture generated application that they took our picture and then they give us like edited picture, like maybe similar to like Korean, South Korean star, something like that.
Yes.
But we didn't realize that they took our face, and
Mhm.
it's kind of something like privacy.
Yes. So you have to be careful using that kind of AI to make you look beautiful, Bu Isma. We don't have to look beautiful because we are beautiful. I
Yeah.
think there is someone asking a question, Bu Isma. Back to you.
Someone raising the hand, Mbak Dwi Anissa Febrianti. Oke.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya ingin bertanya kepada Ibu Maulina Piaulandari. Jadi tadi Ibu sudah menjelaskan bahwa belum ada regulasi yang mengatur praktik digital PR di Indonesia. Adanya adalah SOP dari setiap kantor ya Ibu. Jadi menurut Bu Pia, apakah praktik kehumasan digital mereka itu sudah berjalan sesuai SOP yang sesuai dengan kode etik dari kehumasan yang baik? Baik, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. Saya jawab ya. Unfortunately, there is no data at the moment in Indonesia how PR practitioners in Indonesia doing their practices in digital platforms. Saya believe bahwa tidak semua organization punya SOP tentang pelaksanaan digital public relations or digital marketing gitu ya. Karena mereka masih menganggap bahwa okay, this is just a tool, this is just a media, tapi they don't really think about the impact to their publics. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua adalah juga selama ini berkaitan dengan digital technologies itu payungnya adalah Undang-Undang ITE, ya kan? Undang-undang yang sudah dibuat dan kemudian dicoba diterapkan melalui penegakan hukum. Tetapi sayangnya beberapa organisasi itu merasa bahwa proses hukum di Indonesia is much more complicated and need long times, bahkan juga lebih banyak mengeluarkan uang, Mbak Ocha. Jadi orang jadi agak sedikit, aduh kalau bisa malas banget deh gitu ya urusan sama hukum. Jadi mereka kadang mereka was-was begini, kayak misalnya Mbak Ocha punya company atau Mbak Ocha PR practitioners, terus Mbak Ocha mau bikin big data analysis. Nah, datanya kemudian dijual ke party yang lain begitu ya. Nah, untuk ngurusin supaya datanya kembali dan tidak berimpact kemana-mana, itu proses hukumnya very complicated and need a long time, need efforts, and need money, Mbak Ocha. Jadi itu yang jadi membuat organization tuh agak sedikit skeptism tentang digital technology. Saya masih belum tahu ya, dan mungkin kita juga belum punya data dan harus dilakukan penelitian karena digital technology digital PR di Indonesia tuh masih just talking about technical gitu ya. Maksudnya bicara tentang area-area mengerjakan pekerjaan secara teknis. Tetapi dalam konteks framework secara teoritis dan kemudian secara etik itu belum banyak dilakukan dan mungkin apa yang saya sampaikan ini bisa memberikan inspirasi buat teman-teman to conduct the topic research in digital public relations. Saya rasa itu dan saya berharap supaya penelitian saya dan Bima bisa memberikan kontribusi secara teoritis untuk membangun model digital PR paling tidak di Indonesia. Dan kemarin kita sudah bersepakat untuk berbicara dengan Profesor Enric dan Pak Galloway dari New Zealand. Kita berusaha untuk mencoba membuat komparatif study bagaimana model public digital PR di Eropa dan di Australia. Karena I believe that in every country they have their own political system, they have their own regulation. Of course, in their organization they will have their own SOP. Jadi kita nanti akan lihat dan kemudian kita akan mencoba untuk istilahnya membuat sebuah kesimpulan bersama sebenarnya secara umum model digital PR itu seperti apa. Karena model yang pertama kali keluar itu sudah terlalu lama, Mbak Ocha. It was 2004 or 5 yang menurut saya sudah tidak kompatibel lagi ya. Apalagi sudah ada keterlibatan big data dan AI. Nah, kalau yang 2004 itu dia bicara tentang model digital PR tapi masih dalam konteks website, blogs, buzzer seperti itu. Jadi masih yang sangat sederhana. Saya rasa itu nanti menjadi tugas saya dan tugasnya Mas Bima ya untuk menyelesaikan penelitiannya. Thank you Mbak Ocha for questioning me.
Baik Ibu, terima kasih.
Okay, a very interesting question also. And I think these findings will be very useful, not only for the academic fields, Bupia, but also for the PR in the practitioners, I believe so. Okay, as the committee just reminded me that the session is already over, and I thank you for your presentation and also discussion. And as I mentioned it before, I think these findings and discussion will be very useful, not only for the academic fields, but also for the PR practitioners, not only in Indonesia or Southeast Asia. While you are conducting with Prof. Hendrik, I think it will be very useful. Okay, thank you, Bupia. And I think the second session of plenary is done. I will give the next session, give back the next session to the MCs.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Pia, Pak Faisal, dan Bu Isma. Hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya yaitu plenary season 3 yang akan disampaikan oleh Associate Professor Dr. Anthony Esos, MSI, dan dilanjutkan oleh Ibu Fitri Haryana Oktaviani, PhD, serta dipandu oleh Ibu Nisa Alfira, SIKOM MA. Waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Maulina, Dr. Faisal, and Mrs. Isma. Next, we'll have the third session, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Anthony, Mrs. Fitri Haryana, Dr. Fitri, and it will be moderated by Mrs. Nisa Alfira. To Mrs. Nisa, Dr. Fitri, and Dr. Anthony, the time and screen are yours.
Yeah, thank you very much to the MC. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nisa Alfira, and I will be the moderator for the third session of this plenary. We will also have two speakers here. The first one will be of Mr. Dr. Anthony. And before starting the presentation of from Dr. Anthony, I will first introduce him to you by reading his short biography. Dr. Anthony graduated from the University of Indonesia as a Doctor of Communication Science 2013. He obtained his Master and Bachelor of Communication Science degrees from 11 Maret University. As a researcher, Dr. Anthony focused his attention to several subfields, namely communication and corruption, biology communication, communication history, and also journalism. He joined some international activities as an academic, such as the Homestay Program and a course at IELI Flinders University in August until October 2014. The next program was the Erasmus Plus K107 Lecturer and Staff Mobility Program hosted by Opole University, Polandia in April 2018. He also joined the third International Conference on Media Studies in Bangkok, Thailand, July 2019. That was the short biography of Dr. Anthony. We will soon lead to his presentation, and the title of his presentation is Melakukan Riset Studi Jaringan di Era Digital, Studi Jaringan Kekerabatan Kepala Laras Sungai Kepala Laras Sungai Pua Sulaiman, Datuk Tumenggung, dan kontribusinya bagi Indonesia modern. To Dr. Anthony, the time and screen are yours.
Thank you, Bu Nisa. Good morning, everyone, and especially for Bu Maulina Pia, Head of Magister Program, and also the second speaker, Bu Fitri Haryani Oktaviani. Okay, Bu Nisa, maybe my PowerPoint can be share screen. Okay. This presentation, I will say that first, I want to share about the progress of my research, related with the empirical phenomena about the kinship network of local elite, from what is sub-district, about 10 kilometers from Bukit Tinggi or Fort de Kock. We call it that is in the colonial period. And the second is related with this topic in this international conference. This research, I want to say that I can do this research because supporting by digital technology. I mean, the coming of digital technology is very helpful to do what is network research, and especially kinship research that with the background with historical background. I mean, in this research, there is time period since in the end of 19th century until now. So I can do this research because supporting by social media or digital media. These two points that I want to say in this presentation. I will explain academic background, related with this empirical phenomena about local elite Sulaiman Datuk Temenggung. This study use two approach. First is communication network approach. The second is communication history. Communication history. There are some communication problem in network studies. For example, there is critics in network studies that it is need to mix or combine network analysis with social science and humanity approach. Because most of network research just describe related with the measurement in social network analysis. For example, related with the position, related with the what is kind of relation, and also related with density and etc. So it's better in order to develop network analysis or communication network research. It is suggest to also combine with social science theories and humanity. So in this research, I try to answer this critic. I will use communication network research by combining with the communication history approach. This one argument for this research. And then the second is there is also especially in kinship network, because there are some kind of communication network research, like it is a small world research and then interlocking directorate research, for example, and also related with the power elite, and etc. This research related with Sulaiman Tumenggung, I will choose a specific communication network research such as what is kinship network, yeah. And as long as I try to review kinship communication network research, there are some problem there. Yeah, for example, there is still a very limit. Yeah, using historical approach. Yeah, in studying kinship network, for example. Yeah, and then the other kinship network have potency to explore historical to construct to make historical construction, for example. So this also the argument that I choose why using kinship networks and also combined with historical approach. Yeah, and then the next argument is related with the communication history field. This we know that a new field in communication studies. There are some communication problem in historical communication. For example, there is there is critic, yeah, for communication scholar that there is still very very less or limit attention given by communication scholar using historical approach, yeah, in studying communication, for example, yeah. And then also there is critic. There are some works from communication scholar that have been using historical approach, but they approach still using mainstream historical approach, or maybe it called traditional historical approach that tend to think about the history as the process of linear process, Hegelian model, for example, and etc. So it is suggest to use the new history, the new history approach, or to use social history, for example, in order to make communication history approach more using more contemporary approach. So in this research, I try to to follow this suggestion. It means that research about the local elite from Sungai Pua sub-district not far from Bukit Tinggi, for example. This try to use social history and contemporary historical approach, because I want to explain about the Indonesian history, but not from Java or not from Batavia, but explanation based on peripheral area. I mean that is from local elite and sub-district in around the Bukit Tinggi city, for example. This the argument, yeah, as academic argument related with the empirical phenomena related with the figure Angkulare atau kepala laras Sungai Pua Sulaiman Datuk Tumenggung, ya. And also in communication history, there is also advantage maybe, ya. Why is important using historical approach in communication studies? Because using historical approach, it will be possible to describe or to explain about the innovative and creative explanation related with masa lalu, ya, about the what do you call it, Bu Fitri? Masa lalu bidang komunikasi.
The past of the field of communication.
Yeah, yeah. By using historical approach, it will be it will give innovative and creative explanation related with the all past many field in communication studies, journalism, cinema, for example, political communication, etc. Okay, this the hero, the hero, local hero, in this research, this picture, what is immerse, as a brand of what is Korek Api, that produced in Sweden, in maybe in the early of Indonesian independence, 1950, for example. I find that only two Indonesian people that choose as a brand in this company. First is Tuan Kularas Sungai Puar. Second is Pakubono 10, from Kasunanan, Surakarta. Okay, next, Bu Nisa. Yeah, it is his what is photo. Next. Yeah, this the what is the result, from my research, I think I'm still doing I'm still doing this research now, and this data, the process of collect this data about 6 years, since 2017 until now, so the pattern of this data, I find that it's very related with the kinship network studies. So that's why I choose a specific kind of communication network studies that we call it kinship network. So from this data, the main result from this data is we can see in the context of our national history in Indonesia, either in colonial period in the early of 20th century until we get independence, until now. So I find there is what is we can prove, there is the network of Sulaiman Datuk Temenggung family, or kinship network, that has have been what is I mean his descent have been tampil, in some context, in Indonesian history, For example, we can say that related with what is acting president, for example. We know that in the early of our independence, there is Mr. Asad figure as acting president because Soekarno and Hatta what is prison by that what is military at the time, for example. Mr. Asad is part of this family, and for example also about what is Serikat Islam, for example. One of the main political organization in the colonial period. There is Abdul Muiz. Abdul Muiz is one of son of Sulaiman Temenggung. He is one of top leader, in Serikat Islam, together with Haji Agus Salim and also Haji Umar Said Cokroaminoto, etc. And then also I find the figure like Soekarno and Hatta. This figure also connected with the, for example, Abdul Muiz. We know that if we read the memoir of Muhammad Hatta, he said that he is involved in political movement in colonial period because inspiring, by the speech of Abdul Muiz when Hatta attend, the speech of Abdul Muiz in Padang when Hatta still maybe senior high school, for example. Also Soekarno, Soekarno, based on my interview with the grandchildren of Abdul Muiz, the guru of related with the rhetoric or rhetoric skill. For example, Soekarno not only get from Cokroaminoto when he stay in Penele, Surabaya, but Soekarno also get how to be good rhetor, for example, also from Abdul Muiz. Yeah, when Soekarno still college student in Sekolah Tinggi Teknik Bandung, for example. And also we know that peristiwa Rengas Dengklok, we know that peristiwa Rengas Dengklok related with critical period that young activists forced Soekarno-Hatta to declare the independent. Peristiwa Rengas Dengklok, one of the figure is Khairul Saleh. And Khairul Saleh is part of this family, Sulaiman Temenggung, for example. We know that Khairul Saleh is also former prime minister, in the demokrasi terpimpin and extra, I didn't want to explain all of this data because need time, but I want to prove that based on data, collecting data, there are some important event in our history in Indonesia. We can explain based on kinship network of Sulaiman Temenggung. And then I want to emphasize that in this context, kinship network related with Sulaiman Temenggung, we can say that how the kinship network give contribution to a nation related with the context of the struggling to get independent. So in this context, I want to say that kinship network is very useful because this network will give contribute to a new nation or to a young nation, for example. So I want to say that kinship network in this research, it is useful and not it's different. For example, if we maybe we can combine in network kinship network studies, for example, like the phenomenon of Medici, Medici family in Italy, for example, in the Renaissance period, in this context, maybe the kinship network as a tool to get the power, for example, as a tool to get the power. But in the context of Sulaiman Temenggung kinship network, is different. I want to emphasize that because the context is related with the process. The context of colonialism and how this family has been give contribution to this our nation with their with his nation, children, grandchildren, and also extended family, for example. And then the last one I want to share in this presentation, especially in our context in communication field, this data also show us that there are some field of communication we can show related with Sulaiman kinship family. I mean, this related with the field of political communication. This related with the field of cinema. There is the field related with publishing, book publishing. Also, there's related with the social movement, for example, and also related with the history of Indonesian journalism. So, this the main data that I want to share in this presentation. And then the last thing I want explain related with the topic of this international conference. I want to say that this research, yeah, the research happen, or I can do this research because there is very helpful, yeah, with the WhatsApp, for example, WhatsApp group and FB Messenger, for example, and also Instagram, because by this by this social media, I can get the source, yeah, to do interview, yeah. I can connect with the descendant of Abdul Muiz, for example, and also I can interview with the other member family from Sulaiman Temenggung, not from line of his nuclear family, but also from the line of matrilineal family in the context of Minangkabau ethnic family system, for example. So this what I want to present, yeah, in this session. I think that's all, Bu Nisa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Anthony, for the enlightening presentation. We will now we'll move to the second presenter, Ibu Fitri Haryana Octaviani, PhD. Before listening to her presentation, I will introduce Dr. Fitri Haryana to you by reading her short biography. Mrs. Fitri Haryana Octaviani, PhD, is a researcher, lecturer, and a practitioner in gender, organization, and communication. Her research focuses on tackling the issues of gender inequality in Indonesia organizations using a socio-cultural historical lens. Fitri is an alumnus of the Australia Award Scholarship for her PhD at the UQ Business School, awarded in January last year. She is also an alumnus of the Australia Development Scholarship, or ADS, for her Master of Organizational Communication at the University of Queensland. She currently works as an academic and leads the Communication for Social Change Research Cluster at the Department of Communication, Universitas Brawijaya. She has been working as an academic since 2007 at Universitas Brawijaya. She has published in international journals such as Gender, Work and Organization, Leadership, and Management Communication Quarterly. She is also an active author for The Conversation. Currently, Fitri serves as Duty Director of Social Media, Communication and Engagement, as well as an expert for the Gender and Society Working Group for PhD Mama Indonesia, a community organization advocating women's rights and opportunities to pursue higher education in Indonesia. Fitri has appeared in radio interviews, TV appearances, become an expert and trainer in workshops and talks on gender mainstreaming and leadership in Indonesia. I just introduced Dr. Fitri Haryana to you. We will soon listen to the presentation from Dr. Fitri. The title of her presentation is Gender Mainstreaming and Communication. So Dr. Fitri, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Nisa. I'll share my own screen if that's all right. All right, hang on for a second. Can you see my screen well now?
Yes, Fitri, we do.
All right. So thank you, Thank you very much for the introduction, Ibu Nisa and Bapak Dr. Anthony. It was a pleasure to hear your presentation today. So today I'm going to talk about something that is a little bit different than what we have heard so far, maybe, but you know, this is related to my expertise, especially in gender equality and communication. So today I'm going to talk about gender, mainstreaming, and communication. I know that this topic is not very well acknowledged, especially in Indonesia, but I also know that at Universitas Brawijaya, we have multiple scholars and researchers working in gender and communication, and one of them is me. And of course, before I talk about this issue, this work is based on the work that I have done so far. So it's not particularly related to one subject of research, but then it is an accumulation of knowledge that I have from doing research as well as becoming a practitioner and consultant, national and international, for gender mainstreaming in Indonesia. So first of all, of course, I need to introduce what is gender, right? And what is gender mainstreaming is and how communication relates to it. And then, of course, I'm going to give you an idea about something that is quite close to us and how do then I argue about to strategize in gender mainstreaming in Indonesia. So what is gender? A lot of you know gender as something that is very closely related to sex or biological sex, okay? Gender equals jenis kelamin, but that is not entirely true, although those two things are often combined together, but they entail two different things. When we are talking about biological sex, or in Bahasa Indonesia, we call it jenis kelamin, we talk about how men and women are being labeled and destined to be in two different polars or binary when they were born, based on the sexual secondary sexual characteristics such as the genitals that they have when they were born. Those who have penis will be attributed as men, and then those who have vagina will be attributed as girls or women or something like that. So those are biology. It's related to, you know, how we were born from our parents, yeah. But then when we are talking about gender, we're not talking about those aspects, although those aspects are closely related to gender. When we are talking about gender, we are talking about how men and women are associated with some characteristics related to their biological sex. But this is something that is socially constructed. For example, if you were born females, then that is your biological sex. But then the society around you expect you to behave femininely. If you're born boys, then you know that's your biological characteristics, but the society around you, including your parents, expect you to behave masculinely. So that is gender, how society expect characteristics and roles regarding one's biological sex. So it is not something you were born with, but it is something that you were expected to, educated to, and then maintain in your entire life. So that's when we talk about gender. So when we talk about that women are expected to be gentle, that is, we are talking about gender. When we are expected that men to be the breadwinner or the main contributor of the income of the family, that is gender. This is not about men and women. This is about the roles and the characteristics that is associated with those genders. So I hope I can clarify this term for you before I move on to the next stage. And then the next one, so what's wrong with gender? It is yes, it is something that is socially produced, but what's wrong with it? Well, there is a lot of good things about gender. You learn how to behave around society, because usually society have their own norms, right, and values. But then in a lot of cases, it is not something that is positive, because it produces what we call as stereotypes. So for instance, you are born man, and then you are expected to be the main breadwinner for your family, right? You are expected to earn more than your wife. then this alone can produce so much pressure for men, because sometimes they don't even get married, because of their various reasons. And then sometimes, even if they are married, they don't necessarily earn more than their wives, for instance. But then, and this is something that is normal because that's how life is. But because of the gender stereotype, these men usually, become the object of stigma in the society. People talk about him, people talk about how this man is like weak, or less masculine than what he actually is. That is not good, but that comes because of the gender, because society expects men of something that is not they're born with, but it is something that is talked about and passed on for years and years and years, so it is upheld. Yeah, it is something that is entrenched in people's belief, as if you are not following the standards, as if you are wrong, as if you are deviant. The same thing with women, and most of the case, because of patriarchy, we don't realize it, but here in Indonesia and a lot of community, we follow the ideology of patriarchy, where we think women were born just because they were accompanying men in the world. In this concept, there is an insinuation, or maybe there is a blatant statement that saying when you are women, you are not born because you are human beings, but you are half human beings just to accompany men. So you're not a complete person by yourself, regardless of your heart, you have a full feeling, you have a full body. It is not for you. It is just for accompanying men, hence placing women underneath men in a lot of situations. And we often don't realize that we are doing this in our everyday situation. So that is what patriarchy is. As a result of the ideology that is entrenched in our life, not only for people in Indonesia, but majority of cultures in the world follow this ideology. There are few cultures in the world that don't go with that don't really follow the patriarchy, but they are very, very minority. So this is something that majority. Under patriarchy, women then becomes we have less opportunity than men in a lot of situations. Let's think about what happens around 120 years ago with Ibu Kartini. R.R. Kartini, right? So she was she was sad because she wasn't allowed to go to schools like her brothers were. And then she was not less smart than them, but why was she the only person in the family, in the siblings, that were not allowed to go to school? So she questioned that, and then she thought, okay, then this is something that should change. Women and men should both allowed to get education. So here then in Indonesia, gender equality becomes something that is becomes a movement then, right? Initiated in that thought and in that schools that she created, but then it was supported by a lot of women that then made their own their own organizations. For instance, Aisyah for Muhammadiyah, but also a lot of women organization from, let's say, secular organization, national women organization, and then also from the Catholic organization, blah 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 blah. They had these organizations, and then they support a lot of men organization to establish Indonesia. That's why in Indonesia we have, actually our rights, women's rights, are guaranteed in Pancasila, in the Constitution. We are allowed, unlike other like UK or the USA, who had to go through struggles, for example, through suffragette movements where women have to work hard. We actually were guaranteed these equal rights. Actually, in Sila kelima Pancasila, women, keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, it also insinuates that whether regardless of your gender, your ethnic identity, and your religion, you were acknowledged in Indonesia. You deserve to be treated fairly and just. So that is the idea. So, but of course, a lot of people think that gender movement or feminist movement is something from the West, although it is actually not true, because we know from the history, our own women, our own Pancasila guaranteed the rights of women and rights. Unfortunately, up to now, the society, the patriarchal values, the society's ideas about women and men still hinder the progressive gender movement. The government itself has already established gender mainstreaming, which is strategy to make people understand that there is a gender difference, to acknowledge that there is a gender differences that make people and men and women have less opportunity, have dissimilar opportunity. But since 2001, and there was a keputusan presiden regarding that, and it was something that was discussed in the Ministry of National Planning. I knew it because I consulted for them since 2001. But up to this point, if you talk about the level of gender inequality index, Indonesia is still in rank 100 out of 100 something, 101 if I'm not mistaken, out of 140 countries. You know, and in Philippines already in rank, let's say 13 or something. So we are far behind a lot of our neighbors in terms of the gender development in our country. Okay, we can talk about what are the criteria for gender development. There are 4, but we can talk about it if you are interested. We can talk about it. This is just to give you the context why we need to better use. We need to understand why gender equality is still there. Then how can you, then my question is, when a lot of people don't believe that there is a gender gap, gender inequality in society, how can you make sure that you have a gender development? That is so hard. That's why I say that communication here plays an important and central roles in mainstreaming gender in Indonesia and in the whole world. You know why? Because people don't believe that gender inequality exists, well, except for a few people. So looking at the literature, when we talk about gender and communication research, well, the contexts are multiples, interpersonal, organizational, rhetorical, mediated contexts, of course. And of course, when we talk about the relationship between gender, organizations and communications, the relationships also multiple. Different scholars have different point of view about the relationship between gender, organization, and communication. I'm coming from organizational communication perspective, so of course this is something that I am dealing with. So let's say the first relationship says that, okay, there is an inherent gender identity, which is men and women, that creates how discourse is organized, creates, you know, so how women and men talk is because they have different gender. Let's say a lot of scholars, some scholars believe that I talk like this because I'm women, and Pak Dr. Antoni talk like that because he's man. That's the first point of research. The second point of research says, oh no, that's not true. Actually, we as a person actually perform our identity. So let's say if I'm women, I am expected to talk like a woman, so I talk like this. I will not be very aggressive because society expected me to be really gentle when I'm talking. So that is the second perspective. The third perspective says, well, this is start to bring the organization into picture. That in organization, men and women, organization is actually built for men, because all of the things in organizations are built for men and not really for women. For instance, when we are talking about leadership, people think, well, we don't have any difference in gender because men and women have the same pay grade when they are the same levels. But then, you know what? But they still have to, they still have to do this. But we don't have any gender. We don't acknowledge this. Men and women are the same in organizations. They forget that men and women, although the organization treat them as the same, but the society treats them differently. They themselves treat them differently. For instance, when we are talking about chasing the leadership ladder in organization, women have more troubles than men. Why? Because when they get married, they are the one who have to deliver the babies, right? And then they are the one who have to stop. They have to do they have to go on leave for a certain period of time. They have to stop, and then they have to take care of the family more than men do. Because why? Because the society expects them to do that. Can society change? Of course they can. These are the baby of men and women. Of course they can take turns, right? But the society don't think that way because of patriarchy. All the responsibility, the virtuous responsibility locate to women. In that way, women is not standing with, in a level playing field with men already not in the level playing field. So of course they will have more burdens. They will have more things to do to catch up their male counterparts. So that's how in the third conceptualization is produced. That is actually, we have to change the way we organize our organization. We have to help to improve our organization. We have to improve, to give opportunity similarly or same between men and women. It doesn't mean that we want to treat them exactly the same, because that's not the case with gender equality, but we want to give them the same opportunity by helping the one that is in need. And the last one is the scholar that says, yes, of course, that is very important, but the other important thing that we cannot forget is the societal discourse. How the media talk about gender, how the institutions, how religion talk about gender. It is also very, very important because it shapes, it constructs the way gender is produced and reproduced in the society, that perpetuating the inequality between men and women. So scholars have responsibility to look at this, not only the organization levels, but also the societal levels. Bu Nisa, do you know how many times do I have left? Because I still have plenty of slides and I've already talked so much. Do you know how many times do I have left?
Yes, right now we have 13 minutes left for you, Bu Fitri.
20. Okay, that's okay. Plenty of time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's how it is, from the theoretical perspective. But I don't want you to bore you with those kind of concepts. You can read yourselves and you can talk to me about those concepts. But then now let's talk about something real, the application. Then how do we use the knowledge about gender organization and discourse to help mainstreaming gender in our organization, mainstreaming gender in the government, which is something of an issue. I was initially, this presentation was based on my presentation from Bapenas that asked me to talk about how to introduce gender inequality index to the people. And then I was talking to them, and then the people who are responsible for mainstreaming gender don't even know what gender is about. They don't even believe about gender inequality. How can you strategically, successfully introduce a new index of inequality if you don't believe there is gender inequality exists, right? So this is the structure of the rest of presentation. I'm going to talk about the weak problem of gender inequality. I'm going to talk about, how then we can use persuasive communication for social change, and then aspects to consider in strategic communication. So as I introduced you before, gender equality movement is something that has existed in Indonesia, regardless of whether it exists elsewhere around the world, especially in developed countries, okay? There is a very strong social construction of traditional gender roles, including those who deem as fate or natural. So in our society, we often think that women were born for the kitchen. No, they're not. They're not born for the kitchen. They were born with, female reproductive organ that allow them to have children. But then it doesn't mean that we're born for the kitchen. Women and kitchen is not something that is natural. It is not something that was created by God. It is created by humans, right? So we have to differentiate between kodrat, what we were born into, and gender, social constructions, what society expects us to do, okay? So the institutionalization of traditional gender roles by a variety of parties, whether intentional or not, for example, in education, media, public hegemony, organizational practices, and so on. And we know in Indonesia, we know perempuan sebagai ibu negara is a state hegemony since the era of Soekarno and then Suharto, and now still be continued, influence the way women should always embrace the traditional gender roles, right? Traditional gender roles means dapur, sumur, kasur, like that. All right. So in addition, the socialization within families creates strict gender roles division. For instance, when girls growing up, they are not allowed to do something that is considered risky or dangerous. For instance, climbing trees, while boys were not allowed to cry. Although those two things are not gender, right? Climbing trees is not women or men. Climbing trees is climbing trees. It is very important for you to be able to climb trees when there is a flood, for example. That's why in the event of flooding, when women were swept away than men, because of that, women were not, taught to do this kind of thing because it is seen as something that is not suitable with their biological sex, right? So and then women usually, don't take engineering for your study. You take accounting, or you take whatever, like communication studies. Don't take engineering, let's say like that. Engineering for boys. Don't play with toys. Don't play with car toys, because they're for boys. Well, how do you make sure that girls learn about structures, about techniques, about mechanisms if you're not allowed them to play with cars? Cars is not women or men. Cars doesn't have gender. We do. But why do people keep on associating, dead objects with gender? Something that is funny, right? So, and also in our society, equality is misunderstood as an argument for sameness, not justice. People will think, well, if you want gender equality, why don't you as a woman mengangkat galon the same as men? Well, it is not about gender equality. It's not about mengangkat galon. It's not about sameness. We still acknowledge, well, men and women are different. But what we want to achieve is the equal opportunity to do whatever they want to do. And in gender equality, we don't force people. If they don't want to go to work, that's fine. If women don't want to be leaders, that's their rights. But if they decide to go to work, let's say become an engineer or become a leader, don't stigmatize them or hold them back just because they're women. That is the idea of equality. So there is a stigma against gender equality movement, which is seen as a Western thought and goes against the narrative of equality and gender justice in public discourse. A lot of people misunderstood about this concept. Well, this is something from the West. Well, if it's something from the West, then why do a lot of women organizations did that and helped to gain independence at the time? This is not something in the West. This is something that is stated in Pancasila, Sila Kelima. This is not something that is imported. Well, the term feminism maybe yes, but emancipation is something that we have, and women also have the rights, the same rights with everybody else, regardless of their gender. So this is not something that is imported from the West. Okay. So gender inequality is not something that is just happened and it doesn't influence you. It influences every one of us here lives, right? It is a structural and systemic issue. So policy formulation, organizational change, politics, and reflection remain central parts in addressing it. Communication at various levels can help changing the perception components of the big problem of gender equality. That's why I say that communications have a very important role here, right? So in what way does communication hold importance in mainstreaming genders? Of course, first of all, you can use communications for awareness raising and sensitization, because people don't really know what does gender equality mean, because they already got a stigma about gender equality, so they don't want to hear about it. But if you can talk about them, well, there is an issue here where women and men, don't have similar access towards education just because of the gender. And we have the data here. The data says like this: even if you yourself don't experience it, it doesn't mean other people or majority of people don't experience it. Say like that. So we can use communication to raise awareness and sensitization about this issue. Secondly, we can use communication for training and capacity buildings. We can, train people to in this area. Advocacy. We do advocacy like what I did, introduced by Ibu Nisa, was one of the Deputy Director for PhD Mama Indonesia. So I did advocacy for women's continuing study. And then, of course, for feedback and consultation, a lot of people don't understand what to do in certain situations because we cannot apply mainstreaming gender in, let's say, Flores and in Jakarta. The situation will be very different. We cannot apply similar things to areas. So feedback and consultation is very important in mainstreaming gender. We can also have policy formulation, just like what people in the Papanas do, right? They need policy formulation. That means they need to invite scholars. They need invite a lot of parties to, better formulate the mainstream gender in the public sector. We use communication for monitoring and evaluation, for networking, connecting people, introducing them to people that have the same or similar interests with them. And then for change the social norms, this is very important because it's really related to the social norms. People often confuse between kodrat and construction. So we have to make sure that people understand there are things that are considered of kodrat, that's biological things that you don't change, but there are things that considered as social construction. Those are the things that you can change. So you can also use communication for stakeholder engagement when you mainstream gender, let's say the university, let's say the data producers, the companies, etc., and of course for documentation. Now I think I have around 10 more minutes. So one of the things that I would like to highlight, especially when we want to mainstream gender, and this is just one tiny strain of how we can use communication to mainstream gender. Okay, I don't say that this is the whole thing about gender mainstreaming and communication. This is just one tiny thing that we can do to mainstream gender by using persuasive communication. And most of you, because you're here from a Department of Communication, I think most of you probably know what is persuasive communication is. It's an effort intended to shape, reinforce, or change the responses of others, okay? It is modified by symbolic transactions through messages, which sometimes, but not always, are associated with coercive power or indirect coercion, which appeal to the reason and emotion of the target audience, okay? Let's say we have these components, and I'm sure a lot of you have known about this. In persuading, we know that there is a cognition element, there is an attitude element, and there is a behavior element. Of course, if you want to persuade someone, you have to make sure that they are exposed to idea that makes them aware of, let's say, gender equality, and then they comprehend, okay, apparently gender equality is not the same with the sameness between gender. Oh, apparently kodrat and social constructions are different. So you make people understand, and then after that you make them accept the idea. All right, so gender equality is not a Western concept. Gender equality is already placed in Constitution, in Pancasila, let's say, and then people retain it in their memory, and then of course people want to act to uphold to uphold the more flexible gender concepts. And we know when we talk about persuasive communication, there are factors to consider. We know we have to talk about the sources, the receiver, the message frames, the media and channels, and the context surrounding gender mainstreaming. Let's say when we talk about the communication source, you have to talk about people who have or institutions that have credibility, status, trustworthiness, let's say attractiveness. In gender equality, the role of change agents and the commitment of leadership are essential to legitimize interventions and mainstreaming gender initiative. Because as much as you want to do about, as much as you want to change, or introduce gender, if the leaders, those who have the political will, do not believe that there is a gender inequality in our society, whatever you do, it will just waste of time. It will be in vain because you need political will, because this is something that cannot be easily seen by a lot of people. Because a lot of people don't experience this, but it doesn't mean they don't exist, right? Okay. When we talk about the message receivers, of course, we have to consider factors such as the age. Maybe younger generation will be more open towards more flexible gender roles, the education level. Probably a lot of people with more educations, the higher the educations are, then they will be more open towards this. And then the self-esteem, and of course the resistance. I don't want to do that because that's against my belief in religion or something like that. The involvement, incentive when participating. Well, what do I get when I join this movement? And then of course views on gender equality. Right. And then of course the receivers can be stakeholder, internal, and also external stakeholders. When we're talking about frames, perspectives, we want to make sure that if we want to persuade others, we want to make sure that we use the language and the way and maybe visual communication that make sure that make the audience feel that this initiative is good, right, at the subconscious level. So that's why we use frames. But the way we frame our message is also important, because we know there are 3 different types of people or message receivers in terms of gender equality: those who support them, those who are opponent of it, who oppose them, but those who are in the middle, who are still trying to make up their mind because they're not sure. Okay, well, this is not my research, but there is a study conducted in Victoria, Australia, that usually there are certain kind of frames where you can use to make sure that those who already supportive of the idea will still be supportive, and those who are persuadables are moving towards the supportive, and those who are opposed at least at least move towards the persuadables, or at least don't change their mind. Okay, like that. And then so apparently the most the people that we can target is the persuadables. Those still try to change their minds, who still swing about gender equality, whether it is important or not. Okay, so messages that appeal to supporters are also capable of mobilizing persuadables, making them considered beneficial for framing messages in the future. Let's take a look at this data. This data is taken using discourse analysis of the messages for gender equality in Victoria, Australia. So there are certain words and frame of messages that you can use. For instance, if you use argument, well, that's lack of letter T. I'm sorry. Maybe I should add letter T. Okay. Arguments. Okay. So the arguments would say, well, equality is important because equality is inherently important. Because because men and women should be equal. That's it. Because it is very important. Keadilan is important. It's part of human life. So you frame your message based on the gender justice. Okay. So maybe the word you can say is Gender Equality Act will improve the lives of women and girls across Victoria. Okay. So focus on cause and effect, not just the outcome. When framing the issue, focus on the inequality in expectations, pressures, and treatment of people based on their gender. You don't say women still do significantly more housework than men in Australia, because this is Australian case study, okay? Then, well, yeah, perempuan masih banyak bekerja dibandingkan laki-laki. That is the outcome. But instead of saying that, say the cause and effect. Women are more likely to be judged than men for not doing housework and end up doing the majority of it. We can say perempuan lebih banyak di-judge atau diberikan bias atau dinilai jelek daripada laki-laki kalau mereka tidak mengerjakan pekerjaan rumah. Jadi akhirnya mereka mengerjakan mayoritasnya. Padahal housework is for both men and women, right? Because you work together, you live together. Of course you have to do the housework. Discuss the benefits for men, not just disadvantages for women. So explain how the current system benefits men at the expense of women, to frame solutions as a matter of justice, not a matter of charity. Pastikan bahwa sistem yang saat ini itu menguntungkan laki-laki dengan mengorbankan perempuan, untuk memframe solusi agar solusinya itu berbasis keadilan, bukan karena kita kasihan sama perempuan, tapi karena itu memang sesuatu yang adil. For instance, if you talk about economic stimulus, you say the economic stimulus plan does not provide enough support to female-dominated industries. We know this. For male-dominated industries such as mining, something like that, stimulus are very easily get. But for industries dominated by women, let's say schools, let's say childcares, well, economic stimulus don't reach them, right? So instead of saying that, we say the economic stimulus plan to protect industries that employ mostly men while leaving those that employ more women to fend for themselves. So we highlight that there is an equality in treatment. So we understand, our audience understand what is the problem there. And of course, we need to focus on solution to persuade the persuadable audience to pay attention to the message. Talk more about solutions rather than problems. Let's say, instead of saying boys raised according to outdated masculine stereotypes are more likely to abuse their partner later in life. Laki-laki yang dibesarkan dengan cara stereotip maskulin yang kuno itu akan lebih mudah untuk bersikap kasar kepada istrinya di kemudian hari. Instead of saying that, we say the solution. Boys raised free from masculine stereotypes are more likely to enjoy healthy, respectful relationship later in life. And then stick to your story instead of debunking myths. Jadi don't tell the audience how not to think about gender equality, and start telling your story to them. So flexible work arrangements are not a barrier to effective leadership. Okay, it's rather than saying that, we say flexible work arrangements help nurture and retain effective leader. You know what? When people are expected to come always to the office, the one who disadvantaged is women, because women have to do all of this kind by themselves. But research shows that actually, when you are allowed to work flexibly, then it actually, help women and men at the same time, because it is nurture and retain effective leaders, because they can think about a lot of things at the same time, and it helps that fall to them. So and then this is another story. I don't want to bore you with that. And then of course, don't forget about the context. We are talking about the context in Indonesia. We have to understand the cultural and social norms, legal framework, economic factors in Indonesia. The differences between high and low socio-economic impacts really influence the way how gender is felt and experienced. That's why we call it intersectionality. Okay, the political landscape, index, data, institutional structures, resource allocation, and so forth, to understand how to better use communications for gender mainstreaming in Indonesia. I think that's all my presentation. Bu Nisa, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bu Fitri. It was really a beneficial presentation. And right now we have 10 minutes to fill with the Q&A session. So to the audience, we welcome you to ask some questions to both presenters, to Pak Antoni or to Bu Fitri Haryana. To those who want to ask some questions, please raise your hand, or you are allowed to write some text on the chat box too. So is there any question from the floor? Oh yeah, we have one person to ask, to Mbak Mita. Oh yeah, the second one will be Mbak Altabella. So Mbak Mita, you are allowed to ask some questions to the presenters. Sorry, I cannot hear the voice of Mbak Mita.
Selamat siang.
Oh yeah, please Mbak Mita.
Selamat siang Bu Fitri, Pak Antoni, dan Bapak Ibu dosen serta teman-teman. Terima kasih untuk pemaparan materinya yang sangat luar biasa. Namun, izinkan saya untuk bertanya. Selamat siang. Sumpil.
Sorry, Bu Nisa, maybe I will be the first. Is it
Oh
okay?
yeah, please, Mbak Artabella.
Okay, thank you. Selamat siang, Pak Antoni dan Bu Fitri. Thank you for the great presentation. It was really interesting. So, my question addressed to Pak Antoni. Yeah, okay. Pak Antoni, you said that this study relies on the digital technology related to source in studying kinship networks, right? So can you explain the data collection method related to digital technology to obtain the data about this kinship network? Like, how did you collect data using digital technology? Is it just by conducting interviews via WhatsApp, like what you explained before, or is there other data that can be collected to analyze this case study? And the second question is, you say that this research has been running for about 6 years, right? And yeah, that's quite a long time. And so I want to know what are the challenges of conducting this kinship network study to examine the history communication. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Artabella. To Dr. Tony, would you like to answer the question from Artabella?
Oh yeah, thank you, Mbak Altabella. In this research, maybe I want to say that it is still simple. What is simple way how to use digital media to help me to get the the source. I mean that the like FB Messenger, for example, WhatsApp group, Instagram. This this social media will help to to flow the the network of the source to interview that I can develop the existence of Sulaiman Tumenggung kinship network. I mean, later I found in when review some journal related with kinship studies, there is also what is like big data, big data that especially studying about the kinship network. But I still not use the the method. So it is I mean good news for us who studying about the kinship network. There has been some infrastructure that will facilitate our need in order to get the data. So I want to emphasize that what I did in this research still maybe simple simple using digital digital media and then the second related with 6 years time that I need to collect the data. I want to say that choosing the kinship method, this later, I mean not in the early in 2017. In my mind, I will use a kinship network, not like that. By choosing the kinship network method or communication network method, it is related with the pattern of data that I've been getting yeah, haven't get it. So maybe I can give what is description in the maybe in first year period, yeah, when I did this research in 2017, yeah. At the time, this research studying about the Abdul Muiz figure, yeah. Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, one of my research assistant at the time, yeah. This the starting point, yeah. I interested to do research about the Indonesian hero Abdul Muiz, yeah. After what is the phenomenon of Abdul Muiz, I did research by using the political communication, yeah, political communication research about the figure like what is activist, yeah, Abdul Muiz. But after doing Abdul Muiz research, then I continue, yeah, collecting data, and then I found related with the figure, yeah, his father Sulaiman Tumenggung, and then the data what is berkembang, yeah, develop, and then I found about the pattern. There are some what is prominent figure in Indonesian history, and what is very important event in Indonesian history that related with this figure Sulaiman Tumenggung. So that's why after 6 years, and then this what is relevant with the model of kinship network, yeah. So this my point, yeah, to respond Altabella question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Dr. Anthony. To Altabella, is there anything that you want to add? Okay, for now it is enough, right? Thank you very much for the question. Moving back to Mbak Mita, do you want to ask some questions, Mbak Mita?
Selamat siang, apakah sudah terdengar?
Iya, sudah terdengar.
Maaf Pak, Bu, ada kesalahan teknis. Saya mau bertanya mengenai kita dapat mengatasi stereotip gender di masa depan, khususnya untuk setiap individu yang ingin mempunyai kebebasan dalam mengejar minat dan karirnya tanpa melihat atau adanya suatu hambatan terhadap gender tertentu, dan bagaimana kita dapat memastikan bahwa hak atau peluang perempuan di berbagai sektor pendidikan, korporasi maupun sosial budaya bisa mendapatkan keadilan, bahkan bisa semakin meningkat di masa depan. Sedangkan budaya patriarki di Indonesia saat ini juga masih kental. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mbak Mita, for the question. Bu Fitri, do you want to answer it right now?
Yeah, thank you very much. Such a deep question, Mita. Is that okay if I say in English or do you want me to say in Bahasa Indonesia? English fine?
Terserah. Monggo, Bu.
It is a very deep questions. Like really, that is the goal of gender equality movement, basically. And that is also the goal of gender mainstreaming. When we are talking about gender equality movements, we are talking about how the people collective actions to realize this opportunity, to realize the keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, right? So it's gender equality movement. And from the government point of view, and also from the organization's point of view, they also want to realize it because gender equality have positive impacts for our lives because it's improved the quality of life, both men and women. So not just women, but also both men and women, right? And as you say, it is not something that is easy to fight against. Patriarchy is centuries old traditions. It is not very easy to fight against, especially when it is, it is sometimes disguised in the words of religion, sometimes it is disguised in the words of culture. Well, you know what? Not all aspects of culture can be positive to maintain, and not all aspects of religion, like you mean like values, can be interpreted differently. different interpretation exists, right? It depends on who interpreted them, right? And if you say, well, in Muslim, blah, 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 well, in Muslim, there is also a saying that, men and women are equal before God. The only difference is the way they bertakwa, right? So, I mean, like, you can really use any other arguments, and still, when there is still an inherent power, it is something that is very, very hard to overcome. But of course, it changed. As like is it possible to change? Of course it is, because like 120 years ago, you and me and Bunisa will not be able to be here to present in public space, to talk to everyone, and say whatever we do in our research. Why? Because we're not even allowed to go to school. That's 120 years ago, right? But now we are in this position. That means it is possible to happen. That's how, that's why gender mainstreaming is important. That's why that's why gender equality movement is important. So to answer your questions, how do we do that in the future so we will be more equal, right? Especially and the second question related to what about in organization and business, we want to be accepted because who we are, our competence, not because of our gender. That's the second question. So I think it goes back to challenging the current narrative that still oppress women and men, regardless what terms you say it, or we can just challenging the patriarchy. And it cannot be done alone. You cannot just use yourself to do that. Yes, you can. You can start by yourself. For instance, you can talk about it with your friends. You can talk about it with your family. You can talk about, if you have children, you talk about them to children. And if you raise your children, you teach more about equality. You teach more about, equal opportunity. You teach more about, flexibility in work arrangement. If you are boys, then of course you still need to wash your own dishes because that's a life skill. You still need to cook because that's important for you, so that you don't rely on Gojek when you don't have anyone around you. So that's, that is for the individual levels. Of course, it is still important. More importantly than individual level, because this is such a massive problem, structural problems, then the solution will also go beyond individual level. That's why you have to, I don't know, in personal level, you can join the movement that you want to. Just like I joined, that I believe that women can, get further education regardless whether they have children or not. They should be free from stigma around it, and they should be able to be recognized because of their expertise. So that's why I am in PhD Mama Indonesia. Because as you know, in a lot of webinars, a lot of seminars, we are not lacking of women experts, but most of them who are in the webinars are mostly men, as if we don't have women in there. We have a lot, we just are not acknowledged enough in public, right? So that's how, for instance, we join the movement. That is in individual level. We join the movements because that's what we are. But of course, if you are in an organization, you have power, you are leaders, you can inspire. Don't be if you're women, and then not many of you, don't be mean to other women, because don't be a queen bee. Be women support women, right? So because you know what, more and more representation is needed, right? And then be active in the political arena. Let's say just choose someone, choose women who can, giving you inspiration. Don't feel that women can do anything because they are too emotional. Well, that's not true. Emotional or not, it's not because of their women or men, it's because the way they are raised, right? There are a lot of women that are not emotional. Let's say Jacinta Ardern, who make the New Zealand free of COVID, compared to, let's say, the USA, right? So just don't underestimate other people just because of the gender. If you want to look at them, look at the perspective of, more of the competence, and of course, the organization have to change the way they operate. Give, let's say, give cuti hamil, not only for women, but for men, not because of cuti hamil, of course, but fatherhood leave. You know why? Because men and women create the children. If women, give birth to the children, then of course they need to be taken care of, because, taking care of children is hard. So if you give men some time to help them with this, taking care of the children, first, you can normalize taking care of children by both mother and father. They normalize that concept. Also give a more level playing field for the men to work in the workplace for women, because they have to stop and as well at the same as women. So those are the things that we can do. And of course, the government, we have to urge the government to do something, not just using the policy, but how do you realize the policy, the more strategic policy. So I think there are a lot of things that we can do to help realize what your question is, Mita. And it's all started with ourselves, but it's not enough just coming from them. That's all, Punisa. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bu Fitri. To Mbak Mita, do you want to say something? Or is it just enough?
Thank you, Bu Fitri, and thank you for the great answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mbak Mita. So I think we have reached the end of the Q&A session, and also it wraps up the session, the third session of our plenary today. And thank you everyone for attending this third plenary session. I do thank you, Pak Antoni, Bu Fitri, one more time for presenting and for enlightening us this afternoon. Thank you everyone, and let me handing back the session to the MCs. Thank you very much.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, terima kasih atas partisipasi aktif sejauh ini. Saatnya kita memasuki waktu isoma. Hadirin dipersilahkan untuk beristirahat dan kembali ke ruang Zoom meeting pada pukul 13 untuk mengikuti sesi paralel dan juga pengumuman best paper.
I would also like to thank Dr. Anthony, Dr. Fitri, and Mrs. Nisa for the insightful session. Now we'll be entering to the break or lunch break that will last for 30 minutes, and all participants must come back at 1 p.m. Jakarta time to continue the conference with the focus on the parallel session that we have prepared before. With that being said, we would like to say goodbye, and we will see you at 1. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Selamat datang kembali di BCIC 2023. Bagaimana, masih semangat ya setelah kita istirahat, sholat, dan makan siang? Baik, hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya memasuki parallel session. Masing-masing peserta dipersilahkan memasuki room yang telah disediakan sesuai dengan kode yang telah diberikan. Untuk room 1 dengan moderator Bapak Abdul Khair, SIKOM MA, dan room 2 dengan moderator Dr. Ferdi Firmantoro, dan yang terakhir adalah room 3 dengan moderator Ibu Fitria Avisena, SIKOM MSC.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2023. We hope you guys had an amazing break, amazing lunch as well. Now we'll be entering to the parallel session, and each participants can enter the room with the code that we have provided before. The first room will be moderated by Mr. Abdul Khair, and the second room will be moderated by Dr. Ferdi, and the third room will be moderated by Mrs. Fitria Avicenna. With that being said, I would like to say thank you for joining again, and goodbye, and we'll see you in the main room after the parallel session. Thank you.
Halo, izin panitia, boleh minta tolong masuk ke breakout room.
you.
adalah grup cerdas cermat.
Baik, selamat datang kembali kepada semua peserta yang telah mengikuti kegiatan presentasi dan diskusi yang sangat hangat dan konstruktif. Dan kini tiba saatnya kita memasuki ujung acara. Tapi sebelum kita berpisah, kita akan membacakan kategori Best Paper dari kegiatan The Third BCIC 2023.
I would like to say thank you to all participants who have participated in this beautiful conference, in this very insightful conference, and as well as presenting their papers. Before we close the event, we would like to announce best papers that will win some recognition from us.
Selanjutnya kami persilahkan kepada yang terhormat Ibu Maulina Piaulandari PhD untuk mengumumkan kategori Best Paper pada acara The Third Brawijaya Communication International Conference BCIC 2023 sekaligus menutup acara yang sangat luar biasa ini. Untuk Ibu Maulina Piaulandari PhD, dipersilahkan.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbak Ocha. I'm very honored to announce the Best Paper Award of the third Brawijaya Communication International Conference 2023, and give some drum roll. And now we go to the number 3 best paper is
Best nomor 1, Bu.
this is
Best number 1.
oh, we just go straight away. Number 3, please. Oh my God. Okay. And best paper award goes to Patricia Amanda Pascarina, Luisa Christine Hartanto, Jennifer Esther. The paper title is The Americanized Journey of Chinese Immigrants, Representation of Chinese Immigrant in Elemental. Give big applause. And now I would like to announce the second best of the paper. So best paper award go to Dioni Ditya Perdana with the paper title Commodification of Children's Content in YouTube, a Study of Political Economy Media Perspective. Big applause. And finally, this is the best moment. I'm also nervous to announce this. This is the first best paper award goes to tada! Quinta Sintiani, Prahastiwi Utari, and Ignatius Agung Satyawan with the paper title Improvement of User Awareness in Social Media, Content Analysis of the Netflix documentary film Cyber Hell Exposing an Internet Horror. Congratulations to all winners. Hopefully this will inspire your work. This is the way we appreciate your hard work. And hopefully soon we will announce to you that your paper will be accepted in a selected journal. Thank you so much. And in this also, I would like to express my big gratitude to all keynote speakers, plenary speakers, moderators, presenters, and participants who are attending this great conference. I hope you enjoy all the session during the first day until the end of this day. And I also want to express my huge thank you to all organization committee members who has been worked very hard from the first day this committee was set up, and then we have to prepare everything until this time almost 4 o'clock. Thank you so much for attending this conference. I hope we can meet again in the next year with a very great theme and various sub-themes that we can share our knowledge, we can expand our network. That's what we going to meet again in the next year. Thank you so much and see you. Bye-bye. Back to you, Bima and Ocha.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Maulina Pialuandari. Dengan penutup yang penuh rasa syukur, Brawijaya Communication International Conference telah memberikan beragam wawasan dan ilmu yang berharga dalam bidang komunikasi. Semoga ilmu yang telah kita peroleh di acara ini dapat terus bermanfaat, menginspirasi kita dalam menjalani perjalanan keilmuan komunikasi. Terima kasih kepada semua yang telah berpartisipasi dan mendukung acara ini. Mari kita terus berkontribusi untuk memajukan dunia komunikasi. Bagi peserta yang jurnalnya terpilih untuk diterbitkan di jurnal partner kami, akan kami hubungi melalui email. Terima kasih, saya Ocha dan rekan saya Bima.
Ivan Imantoro Wahid.
Kami pamit undur diri. Wassalamualaikum
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you next year.
See ya.
Thank
Thank you, Miss
you.
Pia. Thank you, all committee. Thank you.
Thank you to all committee. Bye-bye.